Is it about control? Losing the grip, you get old. Turn to the sea, I don't know how. Sorry, I'm a dipshit. I'm sorry, I'm a dipshit. I'm sorry, I'm a dipshit. There's nothing special about this town. Barking like a mad dog, running like a racehorse. No one's ever listened. This is what you get for. I'm sorry, going in.
Diplomacy there. But again, it's also there's the other side of that coin, which is there are places that you cannot make inroads because it would piss off their own people, and would like.
That's
so I mean, like,
no-go.
I don't.
Same with the United States, right? There are things
Yeah,
that
I
are.
just don't think the analogy is helpful in discussing, terrorist organizations versus
what is the thing you want to
nation states.
negotiate with, Prime? Like, what specifically do you want to negotiate about with Iran? Like,
Yeah,
yes, you
maybe
can
then.
negotiate with Iran, but what do you want to negotiate about?
Oh, I mean,
sanctions.
Yeah.
Don't go down too far down that
yeah.
path. I want to engage with what y'all just said though, real quick.
Okay.
Like, if you don't mind, and I'll turn like. So I think ISIS at the prime, like at the peak, was what we could call like a proto state. It wasn't necessarily like a full state. They had everything controlled. They enacted some things. I think a better comparison, like that now that would fit would be the Taliban. Right? The Taliban is like fulfilling the roles of a state government now. Again, they've been a previous state actor. They're now about to go to war with 3 other countries. It looks like possibly 4. They're over water. Like, right, like they're well armed, they're trained, they've got years of experience fighting. You can go down the list. Like, there's all sorts of stuff talking about how they're providing services. Would you want to give the Taliban a nuke? I mean, and there's a real possibility they could, if Pakistan ever collapses, they already control land in Pakistan. They could easily maybe go make a run for some of them, right? Would you be comfortable with the Taliban having it? Personally, I would probably not be comfortable, and I would say they sponsor less terrorism worldwide than Iran does, right? Like, I mean, that's terrifying. Who knows what the Taliban's going to do? They don't even have like the same kind of cult leader like the Ayatollah, they have multiple leaders, right? Like they're like much more cellular in their structure because they've had to be. Even in their governmental structure, it's not as just one man at the top. Yeah, they have one guy, but it's it's much more dispersed throughout their organization. I think that's a much more terrifying thought. Yeah, decentralized. It's much more terrifying to me if, like, say, the Taliban got it, who is a state actor, even though they're less likely to like give it away as like Iran would. Iran might give a nuke to the Houthis for all we know, like or something. Like I could easily see them doing
I
that.
doubt Iran would give a nuke to the Houthis.
Yeah.
I mean, if you thought if Iran thought they were legitimately not going to be a country anymore, you don't think they'd be like fuck them and give one away?
No, I think they'd just use the nuke if they thought they were never going to be a country anymore.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I'll also accept that answer.
Prime, are you saying we shouldn't have we should negotiate for sanctions relief while Iran is developing a nuclear weapon or arming and funding terror groups?
I think that Iran. Okay, I don't think anyone should have a nuclear weapon, and we don't. This is not the thing I wanted to focus on. I just want to focus on the analogy.
Well, somebody has to. We're in this nuclear world. Somebody's got to own them.
We should have the nukes.
No, yeah. I don't. To be clear, I don't think anyone should have
nukes
nukes.
to Elon.
But if we're going to have nukes, then other countries need to be able to defend themselves from Western aggression. The United States has shown itself to be a dishonest, lying actor, completely untrustworthy. The Israelis are barbaric, genocidal in their actions. And they are the.
All right, welcome to whoever's here.
More than anything else.
I have not promoted this or anything other than saying I'm beyond today. We'll see if we have anybody come in later.
Nuke themselves, and
this is going to be just a bullshit section of the panel, and we'll be joining in shortly when they get into the main.
Okay, so your position is we should give sanctions relief and let them develop a nuke.
I think that. It's not. What am I saying?
I have no idea what you're saying. Should we give sanctions relief and let them develop a nuke?
Yes. Yeah. We should give sanctions relief.
Okay.
And one condition, and they should have a nuke to defend themselves. Like domestically, this makes sense. From from our perspective, of course not. Why would we want another? Opponent to imperial. I mean, we already have Israel, state sponsored terror. Like, why would we want to have two? I can see why America.
Because Iran is a lot less stable as a country, right? And if they have a nuke can easily fall into the wrong hands or be used.
And we've been destabilizing them. Like, one of the big reasons that they're not stable as a country is that we have had crushing sanctions, literally that's caused thousands of deaths.
No, I think
the lack of access to medical care. But again, guys, I that's a separate conversation. We're going to go into a separate conversation. All I wanted to talk about was the analogy and whether it was apt, right? It's something I
don't think it's apt. That's my opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I
just want to know what you wanted to do with that, but if you just want to know if it's an apt analogy,
Lactoid.
I mean, you said state sanctions cause deaths, so I do agree with you that capitalism is needed in order for a nation state to be stable. Appreciate it.
Great, Lactoid. I mean, if it makes my friend happy,
one dub at a time.
I want to put a smile on Scott's face, so I gotta give him his wins. Lactoid, right? Do you think there's a difference between Iran and ISIS at all?
Yeah, of course.
So
now, are you saying like TDLR cult is to ISIS as religion is to Iran? Basically, is the argument.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, on one hand, I don't know if it's the best analogy, but on the other hand, I think the line between a cult and a religion is usually dictated just by extremity, as opposed towards like any principle difference sometimes. So normally cult is just sort of like the maybe like a derogatory way of referring to like a religion people don't like, or if determining what's a cult and what's not is very difficult. And the U.S. government actually has as a task with like trying to find out who's a cult and who's not. And it's the very kind of subjective analyses here. So, I mean, if you think that ISIS is more extreme than Iran, which I would agree it is, you could say that like ISIS reaches the degree of extremity to where you consider it to be more cultish, and Iran is not to that level. they're more, they're more draped in state legitimacy. They have like a constitutional order. Even though it does prioritize religion and it gives like a lot of religious privileges, maybe it's not the same thing as ISIS, which is just like more arbitrary and cult of personality based than Iran. You might have something there.
Yes.
I do think though, I do agree with Gibbs when he's talking about the Taliban though. I do think that one of the reasons why ISIS perhaps it looks more like a cult, or I guess was so disorganized, was because they weren't really like an established state yet. And if they had the opportunity to develop into like a developed state, maybe they would look maybe similar to Iran. Because I'm sure when Iran was having their revolution, they didn't have all this shit figured out either.
Yeah, so I'll address the Taliban thing in a second. So yes, there is ambiguity between them. Actually, and I don't remember the name of it. I haven't thought about it in a while. But there is an individual who wrote a book on cults, right? And like actually trying to like figure out the difference, right? And he came up like a whole scale of system of doing that. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about? And it's the closest I've ever seen anyone actually be able to like differentiate the two. But one of the tells is like, allegiance to a leader and like a focus on their ideology. And like, okay, so one, like ISIS had that. ISIS had their leader, and it was very personality, like from what I could tell, there was a lot of personality driven ideology there. So there's that. But beyond that, like you're talking about the ambiguity too, but that works for my analogy. That works, right? There's ambiguity between like the state and then that proto state, and then like that revolutionary,
sure,
trying to become a state, and to dovetail with that with the Taliban thing, right? Like, so Gibbs asked me, "Would you Taliban?" I would have been more comfortable. Like again, my point is that like I don't want anyone to have, but in a world that people have nukes, I'd be more comfortable if the Taliban of old pre-invasion had the nuke rather than post-invasion, because this is a different Taliban. They go by the same name. This is not the same organization. That previous Taliban, and they weren't good guys. They weren't good people. They were awful, but the U.S. allied with them, right? We were friends with the Taliban. Let's never that part. We backed them, put them in power, right? So we didn't give a fuck about that.
Wait, we backed them into power? When? How?
The Taliban?
We backed them against the Russians. Yeah, we like how
the Taliban didn't exist during the Soviet-Afghan War.
Okay, well, they're precursors. They're precursors.
Yes, obviously.
And then we also backed
there were several precursors. It's the Mujahideen is an umbrella group for a lot of different militia groups.
Hold on, several of the people that we funded became the Taliban, and others became Al Qaeda. Yeah, some also were not involved in either. But absolutely, that is a well documented thing.
Yeah,
just like lying with facts.
You cannot find any evidence that we supported anybody who became Al Qaeda. This is a meme that's just repeated.
Osama bin Laden, bro.
No, he was not, Gibbs.
Sorry. Well, I'm sorry. Well,
I know that's trust me. It is not.
I was talking about the Taliban. So to be clear, I was talking about the Taliban, and furthermore, we were allies of the Taliban previously. You have Bush on tape talking about our friends, the Taliban, because we're friends.
We literally. This is ChatGPT. This is ChatGPT. He was Osama bin Laden did not directly receive funding. However, he did receive support from America against the Soviets during the Afghan-Soviet War, along with other people that became in the Mujahideen that became Taliban leaders. I like that's if ChatGPT can find it in 30 seconds.
So
ask ChatGPT for a source that Osama bin Laden was given support by the U.S. government.
Not be distracted.
He literally said he wasn't. They weren't directly given
they weren't. Al Qaeda wasn't, and Osama bin Laden wasn't.
Yeah, the Mujahideen that then became Al Qaeda received support from the
Mujahideen, and the Mujahideen is just an umbrella group for a resistance fired in Afghanistan. Al Qaeda was a separate group that was never funded or sponsored by the U.S. CIA. I know that where this talking point comes from. It's just not true.
No, I'm not talking.
Osama bin Laden was a millionaire. Like he was very rich. He supported Al Qaeda's operations a lot through his own funding.
I don't know about Al Qaeda. I was talking about the Taliban specifically. Very clear. And we were the U.S. was allies with the Taliban, so I don't know, whatever, right? So in any case, my point is that I would be more comfortable with the pre-invasion Taliban, because they had time to have established that state. We literally did negotiate with them all the time. They were capable of having treaties, sticking to those treaties and the whatnot, right? This particular Taliban, after we've killed most of their leadership, right, and we the only people left are the most radical of them, right? Even their rule, right? The rule of the previous Taliban was lighter, was less awful than the rule of the current Taliban.
Sociologic.
They are more
get a sandwich.
They are more revolutionary. They're more ideological than they ever were before, right? And I think they're far less responsive to the people at this point. That might change in the future, but not now. So that was my answer to Gibbs. Okay, Gibbs, if you want to say something, and then maybe we'll move on.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that CIA didn't tangentially support the both people that were pre-Taliban and pre-Al Qaeda is maybe the most retarded, inaccurate assessment I've ever heard of any foreign policy take. But sure, that's all I have to say about that.
Fair enough. Okay. So any which way,
today that China has more free speech than America.
Well, okay, you might have got me there. North Korea probably does, at this rate,
I'd like to maybe discuss.
Tankies are hilarious.
If you have more now, but if you guys have more thoughts on this analogy, right, and whether it's apt or not, I'd love to hear it from you at some point. And maybe we could talk afterward, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Because I've been trying to describe why I consider these two things differently, right? They're compared, was LSP saying that you shouldn't compare these two at the start, right? But yeah, people do that all the time, right? Like Destiny did that. Fuck Destiny. Destiny did that in our conversation about Israel-Palestine. Scott, I believe it was Scott who brought time. I might be wrong, but I believe it was you.
I don't know where it's come from. I don't want anything to do with this.
Would you consider Saudi Arabia a cult?
All right, guys, this is one of these things where I just cannot get into this conversation. They don't understand the nuances over there.
In terms of the analogy, because their constitution, by the way, their constitution just
came into play. They just don't understand, and it's not worth wasting the breath to try and figure it out.
The state itself would be a religion in my analogy. A religion that is following I guess I don't know enough about Wahhabism.
There's a lot of similarities you can draw to ISIS, honestly. I mean,
I know.
Obviously not as brutal.
Do you consider the Saudis morally good since they have a lot of money and their country produces massive money? They dropped $1 trillion Trump's head when he came. Quickly, just boom. So
the first trillionaires. That would be so. By Lactoid's logic, they're actually the most moral country in the world.
The most moral,
right?
Yeah.
True. So
like everyone got that money.
They give them the plane though.
The
technically, by that logic, Qatar and Iran are moral actors.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Moral.
So Saudi
and Ukraine is not because they're poor.
The most moral.
Yeah, exactly. They're begging for money, right?
Yeah. So the U.S. It's not directly comparable, understood, right? But people in the U.S. would be awfully mad if we directly armed Iran, right, with the conventional munitions, right? Because they would say, "Oh, this is going to be," and let's say we did that because we were forming a treaty with them, right? And we started sending them arms, right? People are going to say, "Hey, well, they're a state terror, right? They can't be dealt with." Well, Saudi Arabia, an actual state-sponsored terror, attacked us on the 9/11, right? Also,
no, they didn't.
Okay, we do that. I
can't just let you say something wrong, just because some of them are Saudi. When you say Saudi Arabia attacked us on 9/11, what you're saying, Prime, is that Saudi Arabian government has orchestrated a plot that is just not true.
Also led by a theocracy, right? But the U.S. does business with them all the time. We arm Saudi Arabia with conventional arms all the time, right? But we would say, well, no, we can't do that with Iran. They can't be dealt with. They are somehow fundamentally different. Iran, who hasn't started a war since as far as I know, since its founding.
Bro, if they agree to trade oil in the U.S. dollar, we'll be fucking working with them the next goddamn
exactly
day, right? Like
exactly.
Just,
Let's not pretend it's an ideal.
Every Muslim country is a shithole country, right? Like we know this.
I won't say that, but like
this is a weird argument to have.
It doesn't matter.
We could say that that it's not ideological because U.S. doesn't give a fuck about the ideology. We don't give a fuck about how they treat their people. We don't give a fuck that their state sponsors the terror, right? We don't care
about quite a lot about all of that. I do. I care about it.
We care about their allegiance to the petrodollar, like our friend Scott was saying. All right, Squid, you want to say something? And then
I think it's an interesting thing because we've literally armed every single country in that region. Iran, Iraq, we've sent them all arms. We trained the Iraqi Air Force. We trained the Iranian Air Force at one point in time. I mean, your argument, Prime, is falling on deaf ears because we are the bad guy in this story. The United States keeps putting its nose on the intro to this, and we are the bad guy.
Well, hold on. It worked out exactly like we planned, though. So I don't know. It depends on who's the
I'm just curious now, since the topic doesn't fucking matter. Does anybody believe that Pakistan actually got their fucking nukes like with their own scientists?
Well, it's interesting. That's interesting because Pakistan's head scientist has gone around and been busted twice for trying to give his knowledge on how to make nukes to both South Africa and was it Libya or something? I think maybe somewhere else he's been caught trying to do that. So if he didn't make them, he at least has the knowledge to make them now. So. I don't know if it's kind of a moot point there when you're you have the head guy or one of the major, I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but he's been caught at least twice trying to build nukes for other countries. So I don't know. I'll see if I can find his name.
Okay. Let's move on to the actual topic. So I don't know anything about Pakistan's nuclear program.
Well, I mean, Scott, to your point though, I mean, there was a 12-year-old here in Tennessee that built a nuclear reactor in his garage. So, I mean, I'm not saying they couldn't do it. I'm saying it's just unlikely they built weapons.
I saw Meth Head in Appalachia build a fucking car that runs on Coca-Cola too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm just saying it's kind of unlikely.
I didn't say it could or couldn't. I was just curious if anybody believed that bullshit.
Well, yeah. So the guy's name is
it's the story that makes it implausible,
or whatever the fuck it was called, Golden Buddha or some shit. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, we have credible evidence. It's Abdul Qadir Khan that he's worked with both North Korea, and North Korea got nuked shortly after we started working with him. Iran, was alleged to be working with him, and then Libya was the other one. So, he at least got one of the three countries another nuke. After working with him, after working in Pakistan. So maybe they did make him on their own.
All right. So Alexander Wynn sends a super chat $10. Hamas is a state actor. Do they get one? They're not a state actor. They're trying to form a state. Unfortunately, Palestine doesn't have a state yet.
Well, you'd be fine, right? If it's for self-defense, if they got a nuke, right?
Yeah, actually. 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 Iran is to defend themselves against Israeli aggression. Yeah, let's stop it.
Lebanon's about to be cheap in Tehran.
I don't show enough Lebanon love on this. Lebanon should have nukes too. Just saying, I don't show enough Lebanon love on the panel. So shout out to the Lebanese.
We can give them the nuke when we put the Christians back in power.
Otherwise,
Christians hold presidency. They're in power.
Not having those other places give nukes, we all should be equally concerned about Israel having nukes, and we should demand that they give up their nukes. But we don't do that.
Shut up, anti-Semite.
We do. Israel's not a signatory on the non-proliferation.
Who cares?
They develop their nukes in secret. People do make those arguments, Prime. I'm telling you, people do. The reason
but the U.S.
It makes no difference because they didn't sign the non-proliferation treaty.
But the U.S. put pressure on
Alexander Wynn.
Neither did Hamas.
Alexander Wynn. Can you donate $5 to $10 and just say start the fucking topic?
Okay.
I know you got the cash.
All right, let's go.
$100.
He could probably do that with $2. Honestly,
no, probably with $10. I think.
Okay. American dollar, real dollar.
Just throwing that out there.
Okay.
Be a boy for once.
Scott, I hear you. I hear your criticisms.
Wait, was October 7th wrong? Now I'm curious. Was October 7th wrong, Prime?
No, stop it.
Okay.
He said no.
He said no. He was trying to get you money.
Well, not till I ask.
Okay. All right. Okay, so first of all, everyone, this is the referee roundtable. We got a great group of guests here. They can introduce themselves later. And if you been liking the content, if it's been fun or infuriating, right? How could he say that Iran should have a nuke? Oh my God! What else will he say? Who knows? It's insane. Well, follow the channel, right? Follow the channel. And then you can come back and you can experience that magic. Figure out the next crazy lefty thing I'm gonna say. Who knows, right? Wow, insane, right? We should also all have health care paid for by the government. Oh my God, shocking. So follow the channel in case you haven't done so yet. Support the channel.
I support.
It's give subs.
I support healthcare paid for by the profits of all woke video games. If you don't get that, then you weren't here long enough.
I just like the leap from like a terrorist group should have a nuke for self-defense to everybody should have a healthcare. Why? I mean, it's just an opinion.
Yeah, it is just an opinion. Well, I mean, they think like Scott might think it's equally bad, actually. Support the channel, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs, or if you on YouTube, we do take
the record. I think healthcare is worse.
Yeah. See. So
you can't ever get to the topic. All right, guys. Do you want me to see if maybe I need a co-host here? Should I bring somebody on?
Just mutually assured destruction.
Co-host.
Maybe they'll use them, and then my military-industrial complex stocks will go up.
Let me know. What you think.
Yeah. Right.
Over there. So, in any case, support the channel. We'll read chats. Thank you for those who've already supported. We do need help on YouTube. Twitch, right? Help us with our. Barely have any help on Twitch that are out there. Consider supporting the channel by subs to the channel, getting bits, getting subs. Yeah, or using your Amazon Prime subscribe. Okay, let's go and get started. 20 minutes late. Texas is still in the midst of recovering from devastation. As we are mending the shattered pieces of these communities, the question of who is to blame is prominent. Reports paint a picture of systemic failure from the local up to the federal level, and these failures extend from years before the tragedy until years after. One such example is the immediate response from FEMA. According to CNN, Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, put in place a requirement that all FEMA contracts above $100,000 would need her personal approval to be enacted. This reportedly severely hampered the government to rapidly deploy emergency workers where they. Do you think the blame for the scale of this tragedy lies on the Trump administration? What about Texas state or local municipality? Or are you satisfied with how this was handled and believe that these deaths were unavoidable, if tragic? There's a lot of interesting decisions made before and after this tragedy. There's particular focus on Kristi Noem and their response. People have losses. But yeah, I just kind of want to expand and to see where people's minds are at. Like, it's been like a week or so, or 2 weeks out or something. Like, where are you at with like how you feel about how this is handled properly? Figure it out. So for a friend Lactroid, who got a haircut and it literally always throws me off when he does it. I don't like it. I like it when you're shaggy. All right, that's Prime approved. I don't know, like a new recruit in some sort of
Beard's looking good though. Beard's looking good. So
yeah, I don't think the military would allow you to have a beard this long.
No, that's a militia. Well,
militia, even
SF.
better.
Yeah.
SF gets away with it.
What's SF?
Special
Forces.
Oh,
like just all of oh god, I can't think of the doc.
The operators.
My bad.
You also get a religious exemption. You just claim to be Nordic.
I didn't know varsity got beard.
Or you can just be black and just be like, I can't shave, I get bumps, and then they're just like, oh.
Or Muslim, you know.
I mean, I'll try that. The Muslim thing.
Sikhs, not Muslims usually. Sikhs don't get an exempt. Sikhs do, not Muslims.
I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. The first thing I want to say is this is a tragedy, very sad. Everyone who lost a loved one. I know that there are. We have some people here who are from that great state, and if you happen to know anybody, my thoughts are with you. I am a little bit concerned. I'm not trying to downplay the tragedy here. I'm a little bit concerned that this tragedy is being focused on to perhaps in some portion to distract from something else that's happening. I think Trump did do this pretty openly, which is concerning. And then in terms of the actual, Kristi Noem denies all wrongdoing. So let's just assume she says, actually, it's not like that. All these are anonymous whistleblowers. How they're representing this is wrong. Let's assume that she's wrong. Let's just, because if she's right, then there's no topic. If she's wrong, and that there was this sort of the allegations of slowness or lack of funding in particular areas, I actually think that not to come across as cold, but there are trade-offs here when it comes to, if you're going to shrink a federal organization that does something, you are going to get, perhaps in this case, some of the downsides associated with that. You could empower FEMA to tornado-proof every single house in the country on the public taxpayer dollar. You could do that, and then if they stop doing that, you'd have potentially a couple people killed in a tornado, and everybody would be freaking the fuck out and blaming the current politician. Hey, you stopped us from building walls and bunkers in our over our houses, and now we got a couple casualties from tornadoes. The other mentality you could have is that, there are natural disasters that happen, and if the federal government pays for them constantly and covers for them, this is essentially a subsidy to specific states. There is a subsidy for living in Florida. There is a subsidy for living on the Gulf of America now, as opposed towards northern Midwest states where it's relatively safe. There's not a lot of natural disasters. You're probably not going to get hit by a hurricane. There maybe tornadoes are, but even then, compared to Tornado Alley, they're not really significant. There's all this property damage, all this destruction, all these casualties, all these medical services, everything that comes with living in certain areas. And every time the federal government subsidizes the response, they're taking money from people from one area and moving it to another area just because they happen to choose to live there, as opposed towards everybody else. I don't like this system. I agree with Trump. I don't really want to agree with him right now because I'm pissed at him. But I do agree that I would like to see FEMA kind of slowly start to offload all of its responsibilities onto the individual states. I think Floridians should be paying for their own disaster relief more than they already are. And I think the same thing goes with Texas. So I think Texas should have more responsibility for this than FEMA.
Thank you so much. And we'll go to Scott. And completely separate from anything, I think everyone should be speedy in their delivery, right?
No one in particular.
No one in particular.
I'll take all the blame.
No one in particular.
Scott, please.
Hold on, I'm just. Anyways, so I would say a few things. So first and foremost, I agree with most of what Lactoid said. Fuck Trump trying to make this a bigger issue to distract from the fact that he won't do anything about the Epstein list. So where is this story coming from? So first, when the tragedy happened, you had a lot of left-wing grifters that tried to lie and say that this was caused by Trump's cuts. Then you had people like Destiny and a lot of other people, because they wanted to put out hit tweets, make up a bunch of conspiracy theories about how, Kerr County is, couldn't get the funding for, its weather communications and sirens. And then, if you actually look into it, you realize that they commissioned a study in 2016. And then it would have cost them $1 million. Texas said no. Then they went to the federal government and they said no. But in 2017, they got COVID relief money, and they spent, it was $1 million to do that. And they spent $5 of the $10 million that they received on updating communications of emergency responders. So now the media has to move on to the next thing to try and move the story forward, because, there was a bunch of conspiracy theories from the left on that. And this new thing, I don't know the truth, right? Because CNN is reporting, DHS is obviously denying this reporting as true, saying that they're lying about some of the numbers and that they're lying and that they're cherry picking data. Of course, CNN doesn't actually, and several other outlets that are reporting off of this don't have any named sources. So, I mean, if you trust CNN today, you're a fucking retard. I mean, obviously. But, you know, nevertheless, I do think that this is probably true because their denial is more about how they cherry pick things than as opposed to like coming forward with their own stuff. And so in that regard, you know, again, I mirror most of what Lactoid said. I would say first and foremost, you know, you got to get rid of FEMA. You got to get rid of these useless organizations, especially after, you know, we've found just how poorly they manage money, how much waste is in these organizations. And you know, but the biggest problem is if you're going to make cuts to government programs, you cannot just cut the program. You have to deregulate the market so that the market can fill in those areas that you make those cuts, or this shit's going to happen. We need to have the Stafford Act repealed. We need to have get rid of the National Relief Framework. We need to get rid of federal acquisitions regulations and Federal Protection Act of 1997. Right? These things make it to where small charities can't engage in relief fund. They make it to where it's illegal to make profit off of relief efforts. They make price gouging illegal. They make it to where only NGOs that, let's be honest, are, you know, paid for by billionaires for profit and then get funding from taxes can be the ones that are actually involved in this. And so the market void is extreme. So yeah, I don't know the right answer on that. I do think it's also a little bit of fake news, but it could be true. It's hard to know to what degree the 22 other agencies that are involved are done, you know, are taking up the slack. I mean, the Trump administration is claiming CPB and the Coast Guard were doing the job of what FEMA may have traditionally done. And if that's the case, it makes perfect sense that they said, look, we're not going to approve anything immediately. You know, we have 5 days to approve it if the expenditures are 100K. I think it's probably way too low, and it's a bit too harsh, and it needs to come with those regulatory cuts.
So much, Corey.
Right. Well, since you instructed me, I'll be brief, or I'll try to, Brian. But I agree with some of the sentiments that Lactoid outlined. Although what I will and also what I'll try to make explicitly clear in terms of answering the prompt of like, do I believe these deaths were unavoidable? I think at the end of the day, like you know, looking back, hindsight is all 2020, and like I don't think you can. I personally can never really conclude whether it was truly unavoidable. At least I don't think so. At least to say with any confidence. But based off of what was said in the article, if in fact it's true, but I understand the criticisms towards CNN and all that stuff, although I think some of it is a little bit overblown. But yes, I don't fully trust everything from CNN. But if it's true about what, you know, Kristi Noem has put in place and all the other sort of, let's say, cuts that have happened with FEMA, almost sort of that didn't help in the response, but I could be wrong about that. I am in favor, at least as far as I can tell, in terms of FEMA is imperfect, but I think it overall seems to be effective. But there definitely have been some shortcomings in the past. But I think from what I can tell, a lot of them have been addressed. And I'm not sure that there's actually has been a lot of waste and fraud in FEMA. But I could be mistaken about that. But all that to say, it's like there are certainly things that occurred that probably made this worse than it had to be. Whether it's actually truly unavoidable, I don't know. At the end of the day, tragedies happen, and you never be able to prevent all of them. But I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Let's go to LSP.
Yeah. So I mean, there's plenty of blame to go around. I think the question you should be asking when you're like looking at this kind of thing is, did anybody die who would not have died had everybody responded the way they should have responded? Had anybody responded the right way? Right. And before you can get to a solid answer to that question, you got to look at, well, what did happen? You've got over like, what is it, like 120 plus deaths now, and it's climbing still. And then you've got a lot of finger pointing about who's to blame for that. So clearly somebody's not responding the way we should. So now we got to look at the facts. Well, why is that the case? Well, one thing we're noticing is that FEMA experienced a lot of staffing cuts. Something like 20% of its staff was cut, and its leadership was replaced by this guy who has absolutely no experience in disaster relief. In fact, he didn't realize there was a hurricane season. He's in charge of disaster response. He didn't know that hurricane season was a thing. Kristi Noem requiring sign-off for certain contracts that delayed responses by 72 hours by search and rescue teams. You've got the state of Texas, which did not use FEMA grants to design a flood warning system. So I looked into this. They actually rejected it twice. This is money from the federal government for this kind of thing, like as a way of warning people that when a flood's coming. So that's one other thing. State of Texas rejected funding for that. They didn't use this thing called iPause, which is like this instant emergency broadcast thing that you can send messages to people's phones and stuff like that. They didn't get this, and the reason for that is because the emergency response meteorologist, like this guy who works for the National Weather Service, who's responsible for coordinating response services, right, with officials in like counties. It's like, hey, you've got this big ass flood coming. You need to get people from here to here. You need to contact these people. You need to get these supplies ready. You need, like, none of that happened because that staff was cut as part of the Doge cuts, right? The person took a buyout, and now that office has not been filled. That's still a vacancy, and that's the person responsible for coordinating disaster response. And then we have the more systemic long-term problem, which is just that this is a consequence of climate change. Climate change is going to give you more severe and unpredictable weather patterns. And we've got a Republican Party that is hostile to the idea that climate change exists in the first place and undermines every bit of funding and finance and research into what we can do to mitigate climate change. And that's been their policy for the better part of 20 years now. So I mean, it's just a perfect soup of a lot of bad ingredients coming together to make a tragedy like this. And you get two kind of responses from conservatives usually. One is to say that actually you can't blame Trump. Actually, really, it's the media's fault. CNN is just lying, right? CNN wouldn't tell the truth. They're just making this up about Kristi Noem delaying search and rescue teams for 72 hours. They're just making that up. Or two, it's actually the Democrats' fault, which I'm sure we're going to see some variation of both of these things for the hand-wringing for the Trump administration. There's a lot of questions. So remember, my original question was like, did people die who could have otherwise not died? I think the answer to that is a pretty resounding yes. You've got a leader that was appointed with no leadership experience. You've got search and rescue teams being delayed because of bureaucracy by our administration's highest office holders. You've got a lack of infrastructure development in Kerr County purely as a result of politics. So it seems like there's a lot of reactions that people had to circumstances around them that led to this being worse than it could have been.
Thank you. And Trump already blamed. He already did blame Biden. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, maybe it's because I live in the area that's affected, but I've never seen more partisan hackery in my entire fucking life than I have on this subject right here. I have worked rescue, and I've worked during Hurricane Harvey, which is actually a very similar situation. We'll get into the reason why a little bit later in this opening. But I've worked through Hurricane Harvey. I've lived through multiple hurricanes. I've done aid work in multiple countries like Haiti and Nigeria and the Congo and all sorts of stuff. And when I'm sitting here looking at this, and the idea that it's the Trump administration's fault or the state officials' fault, whenever we have wonderful quotes like this. Let's start with this, why it's not the state officials' fault, right? Andrew Malaris, the spokesperson for Governor Abbott, I'm sure I butchered his name, said in a statement, the state continues to disperse HMGP funding as grants are awarded, encourages local officials to apply. Yeah, so LSP mentioned correctly that there were 2 grants that were passed over, but they were passed over specifically by a local official. In Texas, judges can hold multiple roles. There's a man named Judge Bob Kelly. He's the head of the emergency response group in Kerr County. He specifically chose not to apply for these grants both times, along with the other people. I have actually the minutes from one of the meetings here we can post later, but he decided to do it because they kept saying sirens and they didn't want sirens. Also, I saw some dumbass bullshit posted in the back chat that I have to address as to, oh my God, the local areas couldn't handle couldn't figure out why it was going to rain so much. It must have been a like due to staffing. Nope. This is the same reason why it dumped so much rain with Harvey. Typically, storms that form in this part of Texas move rather quickly over the region, thanks to an active upper level weather pattern and upper atmospheric winds. This type of weather pattern tends to lead to quick downpours that often end in 30 minutes. This is the same case with Harvey. Usually, it moves through the area. However, thanks to other mitigating factors. In this case, the upper level pattern was stagnant with little movement in the atmosphere above. Storms at the surface also stalled, dumping enormous volumes of rain over the same area for hours. This slow movement is what caused the rainfall to be so large and be in that 100-year category range. This is the worst flood since 1921 with the San Antonio floods or the 1917 flood, depending on which you want from this region. We also have local officials in the area taking areas, parts of Camp Mystic, and removing buildings from the maps of the area of guaranteed flood zones. That's a local official's job. The local officials decided to allow building in those areas. That's their fault right there. Furthermore, we go on further through the list. Abbott has already put into a plan in place where they're going to come in and start building the sirens, saying if they don't want to build them or they don't want to fund them or they don't want sirens, they're too bad, so sad. We're going to do just like we did after the freeze, and the state's going to come in here and we're going to make sure this doesn't happen again. So there's takes care of that. So it's definitely not the state's fault. They had nothing to do with the rejection of the grants. That was 100% a local issue. Also, furthermore, let's go look at some awesome other things. Another claim. Oh, here's Jason Runyon, meteorologist with the National Weather Service, told the AP the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, which delivers forecasts for Austin, San Antonio, and the surrounding areas. These are all the areas affected. Had extra staff on duty during the storms. While it usually only has 2 forecasters on duty during clear weather, they had up to 5 during the storms. Ryan said. I could go further. There's a ton of quotes. I'm sure we can get into them as people try to say bullshit. Like I have about 1 million quotes here from local officials because this is the talking point I keep hearing from the lefties. Oh, San Antonio is missing one warning coordination meteorologist, which was a permanent guy. Well, they had multiple warning meteorologists there that were there and ready to go. They had extra people on staff. They had more than responding. Also, they put out the warning 3 hours ahead of time of the estimated time, so it actually a full 12 hours before the thing went down. However, whenever you send alerts out, it's 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. Nobody's checking them. There's no sirens. This is the problem. It all comes down to local neglect. It's nothing to do with the state, nothing to do with the federal government, and anybody that's doing this is being a partisan hack and using dead kids and a tragedy to push their talking points. It's really pathetic and gross. I really am sad for all these people on the left that are doing this because this is not the same. It's actually, it's almost identical to the way Karen Bass failed at a local level for LA, where she specifically is to blame for them not having water reservoirs. I've been very adamant that we should blame Karen Bass for all the problems in LA. We shouldn't even worry about Newsom and all that. However, other conservatives on the right have gone after all Newsom and all that. That's wrong. Okay. That's wrong. Okay. And it's the same. Hold on. I'm almost done. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not never the long one on here. And furthermore, it's the same thing here. If we're going to go after somebody, we need to go after Judge Rob Kelly and not all this bullshit about the Trump administration and the Lord. And I know Brian wants to move you on because I'm dropping facts and the left can't handle facts.
I'm sorry.
Ooh, it's a left issue. It's not 10:45.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with Lactoid up until the cutting federal funding. I'm not a big fan of Doge cutting the funds. I think it's bad. I think more than a couple people died. When you say, oh, well, a couple people died, you're going to have to deal with it. And there was a couple hundred, right? There's a little bit of difference. So I guess I agree with Lactoid too. And then the second half of LSP is what I go with. But really, what I think should happen is you should just chain Ted Cruz to his office, because it seems that every time he leaves that state to go on a family vacation, there's just a fucking massacre that happens in Texas. Okay, the Ted Cruz curse is real. All right, either impeach him and get him out, or chain him to your state, and therefore nothing
God
will
loves
ever happen
Ted
again.
Cruz.
Yeah. But yeah, that being said, Epstein didn't kill himself. Free Palestine. Thank you, Gibbs. Go ahead, Grid.
Palestine. Let's go get Grid, please.
My turn, right? Okay, cool. All right, so I agree with a hodgepodge of what's been said already. I didn't know the judge thing that Gibbs brought up. I'll have to look into that. But what I do know, because I live in the South and I've lived here my whole life and I've experienced floods and that sort of thing. So first of all, nobody cares about the federal government coming to start for the first 72 hours. It's all local guys. It's all, and matter of fact, more than likely, the churches from another state will beat FEMA to the job site. So don't worry about that. FEMA's like, you guys getting all wound up about this federal aid that supposedly was needed. But to be honest with you, FEMA is not the magic bullet, folks. It just isn't. So what is important to think about is that all of the misinformation, disinformation, and red herrings being thrown out, not just by like CNN and some others, but just weird stuff. Like, why do I care that Kristi Noem has a budget approval that literally could have been bypassed by simply, if it was that important, the people on the ground could have made out those invoices or contracts for $90,000 and submitted to. That would have been one solution, or any other various means of getting the money through. But I don't think that was really that big a deal until the first issue that the left tried to throw around was, which was, what was it again? Help me out here. It was the NOAA weather data being turned off or reduced or whatever it actually caused it. All of this stuff. Look, we get floods. It's the South. We don't live in a fucking desert. We live in basically a rainy climate. It rained 3 times at my house today. I have good drainage, so it didn't bother me. But if we really want to see how bad it can get, folks, we can talk about North Carolina if you want to. We can talk about North Carolina and East Tennessee and the massive fucked up effort that was committed there and is still being committed. There are still people living in basically tents in North Carolina, and this is 2 years after the fact almost. So I don't really care about Texas. Texas is going to be fine. They got oil money down there. They're going to be fine. Don't worry about them. They'll be good. They don't need our federal money. They probably don't want it.
So let's get into it. We have a limited amount of time. But yeah, who wants to jump in?
Yeah, I want to do one thing. I'll do one thing before we go on. I just want to say the Coast Guard came in, by the way, and I have a cool link. The guy saved 163 lives. Corpus Christi Coast Guard, and Grid's absolutely correct. Cajun Navy saved more people during Harvey than FEMA did. And here's another crazy thing: HEB is providing a ton of millions of dollars worth of aid to the area and stepping in, not asking for any money back. So go HEB. Who needs FEMA? We don't want that federal bullshit anyway.
Right. So there's a question
about the people affected. Actually, like, my bad. Go ahead.
It's my region. What do you mean? I know what the people.
It's my region too. So please don't speak for me.
I am speaking for you.
The question I want to ask that watch for this response, because conservatives do this all the time, right? They're just going to deny or dismiss like any of the negative repercussions of any of the things they want, like the cuts. For the conservatives here, are you guys saying that the lack of a warning coordination meteorologist, that vacancy, that position being unstaffed, who's supposed to be coordinating with local emergency management, you're saying having that empty had no effect whatsoever on how many people died or disaster response?
Yeah, zero effect. Consider they had
based
5
on what?
People. Well, I mean, I posted articles already. I mean, based off this fact that they already had 5 people fulfilling that role. You're talking about one permanent guy. Yes, they did.
In San Antonio office, they need one guy in the San Antonio office that's going to be.
Yeah, they had.
Who wasn't there?
They had a temporary person filling it in. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
How hard is it to tell that there's a?
What did I just say?
You said they didn't have a permanent guy. Okay, cool.
No one
I will
can
admit that.
This is hold on.
And they had 5 extra people.
Wait, hang on. Gibbs, are you saying they had somebody? They had an emergency response coordinating meteorologist.
I already posted that in there. I posted they had 5. They had 5. Yeah, they had a temporary person on file in there working. They had 5 people.
So somebody with less experience.
Oh wow!
Somebody who's not.
You don't know that. You don't know that. Secondly, this is how unserious you are. You talked about the little warning system.
We're going to virtue signal.
You didn't even use.
He's not going to address anything I said. He's going to virtue signal. Just pay attention for it.
Well, I don't have to virtue signal. I'm just going to point out the flaws in what you said, which are inaccurate.
You haven't yet.
You didn't even use the right warning system, which is code red. That's the one that's in Kerr County, not the other one. Thank you. Cool. Come again. You used the wrong system that had no effect. Also, by the way, flooding is still happening.
The EPAW is the federal warning system.
And nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives
a shit. And people use it. I know. When you can't deal with what I say, you dismiss it. Say nobody gives a shit. I'm just going to filibuster. That's what you do.
It's a fact. It's not a filibuster.
No, people do use it. People do use it. That's why they have it, Gibbs.
You didn't use the. He didn't use the right.
He's spewing a lot of bullshit at like 80 miles an hour. We went from 0 to retarded in like 4 seconds.
Well, retarded is everything you've said because you stated fake.
See, I mean, he's not going to respond. Prime.
I mean, if you let me respond. Let me respond. First of all, code red is the system.
I called you retarded, but he responds. He's not going to respond.
Code red is the local system. Nobody uses the federal system. They had multiple people on file. He said they're inexperienced. We don't know what they're inexperienced. They brought in people from out of town. Sounds like that would be more experienced people that they're bringing in for an emergency area. The warnings went out 3 hours before the flood for a grand total of 12 hours before it got to its worst part. And the other thing is this happened at 4 or 5 a.m. And I don't know if you've seen where a 35-foot wall of water comes, and that's what's been reported in some areas, 28 in some, 35 in others, depending on the report you read. 35-foot or 28-foot wall of water at 4 a.m. when there's no warnings, that's going to fuck you up. Guess what? No sirens. That comes down to Bob Kelly, or whatever his name is, Rob Kelly's decision at the local level. That has nothing to do with any of the other. And you're just sitting here glazing over facts. Yeah, he's a Republican. You're sitting here, and I have Democrats and Republicans that are both sitting here pointing at Rob Kelly.
He's got an R next to his name. It's Trump.
Okay, this is like endless. Can I respond to this, Prime?
It's literally a local level guy.
It's just going to be more filibustering.
It's not a filibuster. You didn't even know this guy's name. And you
Can I please respond to this, Prime?
Well, okay. Well, do you know what Rob Kelly's policy?
He's just whining. Okay, EPAUSE. I'm going to talk about the EPAUSE system. Can I talk about the EPAUSE system?
That's the minutes from the thing.
You're just dropping like a giant mishmash. This is like a gish gallop, man. There's like 800 points he's dropping here.
I'm gonna.
He doesn't have the minutes, so he's.
I know everything he's saying is fucking wrong. Like, allow me to.
I'm gonna throw it back to.
Here's the actual minutes right here.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hold on. Yeah. Okay. So now.
No, I mean,
I'm gonna say LSP, but I'm gonna have an extra question. I'm gonna ask the two of you because you two might have more knowledge about this than I do.
I don't believe he does.
What I've heard is that the warning,
he's just
early warning that went out, right, was within a Facebook group. Like specifically,
no, that was one of the warnings. That was the sheriff's department warning. That was just one.
Yes.
NWS put out one at
and the warning that's missing from this, Prime, the warning that Gibbs doesn't seem to think, he's just dismissed it and says nobody uses it. No, that's not true. People do use it, right? That's why it's a warning system. It's the warning system FEMA explicitly uses called EPAUSE, which is responsible for saying, hey, there is a flood coming. You guys need to get out to higher ground. It sends mobile alerts to residents, including people who would have been at like Camp Mystic. Like that the EPAUSE wasn't used signifies a major systemic failure on FEMA's part.
You check your phone at 5 a.m.? No, most people don't. Cool. This is total bullshit what he's saying. Like, it's just crazy. You're sitting here.
No response, just dismissal. It's like, nobody checks their phone at 5 a.m. That's all he has to say.
Posted the literal minutes from
you have nothing of substance to say.
You don't even have a source. I posted the actual local minutes from the organization.
Do you want a source that EPAUSE was not utilized?
You can go here and read through this shit. You can read through this shit where they actually deny having the sirens multiple times at a local level. That's the bottom line.
You're talking about something I'm not even talking about. The EPAUSE system, the Federal Emergency Response System that FEMA uses was not utilized.
Hold on, don't worry about it.
Yes or no? The Federal Emergency Response System was not used. Yes or no?
It was used. It was used. It wasn't
used.
It
was not. EPAUSE was not used.
Code Red is the one that's used locally. That's the one that matters. And
EPAUSE is the one that's used federally. When obviously FEMA's not going to use it.
Got a question about the systems, right? So I'm not familiar with this Code Red system, right? I'm not.
Well, you wouldn't because only Kerr County uses it. Okay, and it's a fail. That's why you wouldn't be familiar. So
is this?
So if he hasn't mentioned Code Red, he's not knowing what he's talking about.
So how does this system work? Is it another messaging system?
I mean, EPAUSE Prime, if I can.
Yep.
EPAUSE, because he's making a big deal about EPAUSE. I had to look this up, so it's just what I found with the quick Google. EPAUSE, Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, was used in the Texas floods in May, June 2025. However, its effectiveness varies widely depending on local participation, technical readiness, and geographic infrastructure. You, sir, are running a red herring, and you need to fuck off.
I have another backup on this.
No, fuck off. No, they're not. They're not. EPAUSE is the system they have to use. Shut the fuck up, Gets. That's enough to say. EPAUSE is the system. Yes.
Prove it.
Yes.
LSP, you keep talking, but some families saying that we're wrong.
FEMA archives show that Kirk County.
We're literally pulling up data.
Here's a quote. You haven't pulled up shit. The FEMA archive showed that Kerr County did not send any wireless alert through EPAUSE on July 4th when the flooding began. This is from NBC on Dallas-Fort Worth News. You guys can go read it.
Because they said it through Code
Red only works if people have signed up for alerts. Some family says they received Code Red alerts from Kerr County, but Code Red only reaches cell phones for people who signed up for alerts. That's why we have another system, the EPAUSE system.
This is directly
that FEMA uses. Watch how nobody
counties
addresses
do
what I
not
just said, by the way.
authorize-
Watch how nobody addresses what I
This is
said.
directly from the National Weather Service right here. It's in a political
Wait, you're
article
saying
on
that
the
Kerr
website.
County doesn't
Would
use
you-
EPALs whatsoever?
This is what they said. Late
Well,
night and early
I don't
morning,
know.
morning
Harris
mornings
County-
can be an
I'm reading the quote right here. EPALs is a system that many local counties, including Kerr County, are authorized to use to issue warnings to cell phones in a designated area. It's the same system used to
So then it
send
would have
Ember
been you.
alerts.
Then it was
Kerr
you.
County has a wider-reaching EPAL system to warn of flooding in the past. Last year, July 23rd, archives showed the county sent an EPALS alert saying the Guadalupe River was expecting to rise an additional 4 feet and telling people to avoid the river. Kerr County has the federal response system. They didn't use
to
it.
use code red. You're just arguing for stupid shit that's like not even accurate. Also,
You're not even responding to what I'm not denying they chose to use code red. Did you hear what I said about code red? It only works for people who signed up on it.
Hey, let me just go further here. This is from
Gibbs,
Politico, but this is
dipshit.
all directly
Hang
from
on,
the
retard.
National Weather Service.
Retard.
This is directly from the National Weather Service.
He's not even responding to anything I'm saying, though. He doesn't even know it.
Late
Okay.
say words, please.
Late night.
That's
and
the
early
problem.
morning-
They're words without
late night-
meanings. He's not responding to anything I said.
Late night and early mornings, including EPODs, can be a greater challenge to distribute when much of the public is asleep. Friday's floods occurred in the early hours of the morning, with the most urgent warnings being issued after 1 a.m. This is a direct quote. The crux of the disaster is a failure of the last mile of communication facing. The forecast went out. They communicated the forecast. They disassembled the watches and the warnings. And the dilemma we have is there is nobody listening at 4 o'clock in the morning for these watches and warnings. Most people who died in Friday's floods were located in Kerr
You know
County,
what would have helped?
Hold on, which does not have a warning system according to Kelly. Kelly, same guy, Roger, the Kerr County judge at Friday's news conference. Other cities in Central Texas, like San Marcos, deploy outdoor weather sirens to warn extreme weather events like floods and tornadoes, as local reports have pointed out. Now, every other region with way lower death counts, every other county affected, every single one has sirens in their thing. So guess what? It's not that they didn't send shit out. They did send shit out, whether it was through Code Red, through the National Weather Service, or whatever this other bullshit is you're talking about. The warnings are sent out. Here's the problem. No sirens at 4 a.m. No one's checking the Amber Alert system at 4 a.m. Everybody just does this because it's annoying when they get a 4 a.m. Amber Alert. Everybody in the city, everybody in the state that I've ever met does that. So guess what? It's because they didn't have sirens. It's because Rob Kelly, the local judge, and the natives there decided we were not going to take the federal grant money to put them in. And that's the bottom line. So it's pretty much a partisan hackery hack job for what you're doing right here. It's dishonest, bad faith, and it's disgusting behavior. Do better.
Jesus. Okay, thank you. That takes fucking forever to get there. You know what would help people respond at 4 a.m.? Having an emergency coordination meteorologist. That's vacant staff, right? Or using the EPAL system that actually does wake people up, just like you said, just like an Amber Alert. People don't like getting Amber Alerts at 4 a.m. I don't like getting Amber Alerts at 4 a.m. But you know what? I fucking get them. So that would help people wake their asses up. Send the message that wakes their asses up and tell them to get out of there. I don't know what nonsense you're trying to argue about with the Code Red. I've already acknowledged they use Code Red. That's fine. They use Code Red. The issue is that Code Red only goes to people who signed up for the alerts. EPALS goes out to everybody. It sends out cell phone alerts. And Kerr County has used EPALS in the past. They have the capacity to use EPALS in the past. They did not use the FEMA emergency system this time. Okay, so the county's to blame.
You bring it up. I didn't
Yes,
have
the
this.
county
I've
is to blame. Thank
already
you for
provided
admitting
sources
that.
providing. Hold on, I've already provided sources in the group chat where they're stating they had 5
Yeah, you're
extra
just running your
meteorologists
mouth
on
over
staff.
there. You don't know.
Yeah, he's just lying. He's lying, saying they didn't have a permanent person, and then he says they're inexperienced when he has no proof of that. We know that they brought
Nobody
in
responded to a thing I said.
I
Everything I said is
literally just
factually
posted-
true.
I'm literally repeating exactly what you said.
Everything I've just said is factually true. They had an
It's in the
EPAL
bag.
system.
It's in the
They
bag.
didn't use it.
Read it.
And the
Had 5
emergency
people-
and the emergency meteorologist,
You know,
the
hey, Brian,
emergency
what is
meteorologist
your
position
source
is
in?
vacant.
I've
EPALS wasn't used. Emergency meteorologist position is vacant.
Disproving the sources I provided.
And
I
EPALS
provided
wasn't
multiple
used, yeah.
sources. I provided multiple sources proving they actually had meteorologists on staff. They had extra ones, and you're sitting
In
here
the
saying
back
that's not
chat.
true. Can you provide a single source disproving the sources I provided?
No, he
Because-
can't.
I know you
He
can't.
can't
because
provide
you
any
can't, because
sources for anything
It's
else.
just
Show
fake
me-
news.
Okay, all right. Well, so I think it's fair. We're going to lactoid. I think it's fair. Like if they've been providing sources, provide any sources you have, LSP in response to that. But specifically,
sure.
and I just gonna make this very quick.
I already
and I'm
posted
gonna-
it.
Lactoid. Okay, well then, you guys can go back and forth on that. But I'm gonna move to lactoid. But I just want to ask a quick question to Gibbs, to nail down this claim. And I don't want to focus just on this one portion. There's other things I'm going to talk about in terms of this response. But just for now, Gibbs, are you saying that the acting was the federal response manager, whatever the title is, right? Are you saying specifically not simply had extra people on staff, because I can that's believable to me that maybe they had extra people on staff, but someone actually fulfilling this role, right?
Yeah,
because you can have other people doing other things, but if no one's fulfilling this role,
so the person that's not on staff is the San Antonio meteorologist, the crisis management person. That's the specific role they've had, whatever. But they've had temp people filling it in up until this point already. There's been temporary local people that have filled in, and then when this occurred, they brought in national people that took over in addition to and as well as worked alongside them. So it's never
before or after the flooding
it's
started?
both. During. Like before they brought up to 12 hours before, they had people on an all hands situation. I think I just posted the quote. These people worked along with the temporary people that were fulfilling that role, and so it was never a lack of a person in that job. It's just they didn't have the permanent acting guy in there. It's like when you fire someone and you have someone fill in. It's not that nobody was there.
Okay, all right. That's all I want to ask. All right, let's go to our friend.
Wait, Prime. Let's read what I just posted in chat. This is just from Grok. It's just AI, so take that with whatever it is. But you're free to list some source that says otherwise. Did the Trump administration have the temporary missing warning coordination meteorologist during the flood? There is no definitive evidence in the provided sources that Trump administration appointed a temporary warning coordination meteorologist to fill the vacancy at the National Weather Service's Austin and San Antonio. They might have other meteorologists, but they don't have the one who's responsible for coordinating during emergencies.
Okay.
Why did you intentionally inform Grok that way by asking if Trump appointed one, as opposed to dealing with Admiral Gibbs's claim
for fuck's
that
sakes.
locals were filling in that role? Like, you specifically
Okay,
tailored the question to get
locals
the answer.
occupying the role of.
I mean, you can read the sources I posted. They say that. So, it's like you argue with Grok versus you're reading direct quotes from San Antonio and Austin and San Marcos meteorologists that were saying it was staff. I don't know, what you really trying to play gotcha here.
I haven't seen any of your sources say it was staffed anywhere.
Read. I posted the quotes from the articles in there.
Which quote says it was staffed?
You can literally go in there and read. I got
Which
Jason
quote?
Ryan. I got Jason Ryan. We got Alan Garreau. Here you go. Here's Alan Garreau, former director of analysis and understanding branch of the National Severe Storms Laboratory, NOAA. Wrote a subset. There's just what everybody will see about this. The NWS did a good job. Simply, there's little evidence that any of the recent cuts to NOAA, NWS negatively have impacted services for this event, regardless of what is being said on social media. Houston-based meteorologist Matt Lanza wrote in Substack. There's absolutely nothing.
Same question when you're done. Were any of these the emergency coordination meteorologists?
Nobody cares about that guy.
None of them were the warning coordination meteorologists. Yes, it literally does. His job is to coordinate during emergencies. Literally, it does.
Listen,
you watch Destiny,
I have not shown that the warning coordination meteorologist is important during emergencies.
No, you've not. Because
Maybe when another 150 people die, maybe you don't fucking figure it out then. But it's pretty obvious to me that if you get rid of the guy whose job is to coordinate during emergencies, you're going to have a lot of dead fucking kids. Maybe you like that.
You're literally just using one sentence and ignoring the facts.
Prime has to put his foot down now. We have a little bit of time. We have to move on. I love you guys screaming at each other. It's very entertaining. And let's do more of that in the future.
Just real quick, I controlled F his source. It doesn't have anything about the warning coordination meteorologist.
And we'll have to deal with that in a second.
There's another one from Tom in San Antonio. He said, although Austin San Antonio is missing a warning coordinator who serves a crucial link, he thinks forecast officers had adequate staffing and resources to cover the. You're just lying, bro. You're just lying.
Let's adjudicate that in a second. Hold on. First of all, Alexander Wynn, he says test because at first he couldn't give super chats anymore. It was getting blocked. And he gave $5 for that test. I appreciate that. Please test some more. But thank you for the kindness, Alexander Wynn. Yeah, 3 times more, just to make sure. You got to make sure that's working. Now, our friend Lactoid, right? Our militia Lactoid, we like to call him these days. If you want to...
Special Forces Lactoid.
Yeah, so I mean, a couple things here. I'm reading into a lot of the claims. The IPAWS system was it was used that night.
Yes, it was.
And
that's the problem with LSP.
Wait, 1 second.
Dude.
Yeah, he's just lying.
irrelevant.
That's what's happening.
Wait, can you provide me a source that says I
Wait. Let me.
Yes, I did. It's in the back
Yeah,
chat.
I probably used the wrong. Okay, I may have used the wrong word. Just give me a second to like get my thoughts together here. So when I'm reading through some, I guess, additional information because there's a lot of points here that I actually just didn't think about, I guess, going into this topic. The first thing is regarding this this meteorologist, the warning coordinating meteorologist. According to the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration,
NOAA, just so you know.
Okay, they don't think that was an issue because normally at that time of night, the typical staffing is 2 in that area.
They had 5.
And they had 5, so they had 3 more people than normal in that area. And it's their opinion that it didn't affect it because they had issued a flash flood warning at 1:14 a.m. Central Time on July 4th, 3 hours prior to
Like I said,
I guess the flooding happening, which according to them is adequate and customary for the kind of warning that you would get prior to a flash flood.
Is the idea that no one saw this warning? Was it like an Amber Alert?
Yes, and that's exactly what I said already. Where it's not.
Wait.
No, wait.
So like when most people, when you get an Amber Alert, everyone's phone in like our fucking room goes crazy.
Yeah, right? But you just turn it off.
Is the idea that no one important in that town saw a fucking message because it was 1:53 in the morning or whatever it is? Is that like
4 a.m.? 4 a.m. is when the Amber Alert.
Lactoid just said a message was sent out at
There
1
was
yeah. So a flash flood warning. Okay, I understand. So a flash flood warning was sent. Now, what I meant to say, Kerr had access to IPAWS. They had access to the IPAWS service. That wasn't like taken away from Kerr County or whatever. But how IPAWS works is localities control it. So Kerr County gets the information from the National Atmospheric, the NOAA, right? And then they make the determination about whether or not to issue using IPAWS. They
so
could
it's the
have.
county's fault.
I'm reading right here. They could have, and it's unclear as to right now why they didn't. Nothing at the Fed level would have prevented them from issuing that warning at all.
You said there was a warning. I'm a little confused. There was a warning that was sent out.
So no. So there was a
protest.
There was a flash flood warning coming from NOAA.
Okay.
And there was other warnings from like the sheriff's Facebook page.
It upgraded at 3:35 as well.
Right. So there were warnings, but the criticism is there a warning specifically using this IPAWS system?
Okay.
And looking at the IPAWS system, if that's the criticism, this had nothing to do with the feds because they had the ability to use this system. In fact, they like Grid said, they had used it in multiple floods before in the past. The question is, why didn't they do it this time?
Well, because they used Code Red, which is a whole mess. I would love to get into what's going on with that.
It's very unclear as to why the local authorities didn't use IPAWS.
Well, no, it's not unclear. This is
well,
why
they did use it.
There is.
Hold on, Blackwood, could I? May I?
Go ahead. But there is an issue that you're.
I'd like to point out they don't even know if they use it. It's like they use it. No, they didn't use it. No, they used it. It's just so
what I'm reading is they didn't use
it. At 1:14. They literally say that. The reason, Lactoid, that this is important is because if you actually read into the IPAWS system, I posted it, by the way, the agencies don't trust it because it's limited by cellular data and local accessibility, which means that not all cell services use it. There's no cell service in Texas in half the places anyway. So they prefer, there are other systems that they prefer to use, that Texas local government prefers to use. IPAWS is irrelevant in this conversation. The fact that the meteorologist guy who wouldn't have been on shift anyway, what is irrelevant? None of this is relevant. It's just bullshit. The problem was not that the alerts weren't sent out. The problem is not that the funding was cut in that specific area. The problem is it was a flood, and things happen when floods happen. That's what I mean. That's just
it's God's fault.
Well, no,
That's
part
it,
of
just
no,
like
but like really though, you actually hit the nail on the head there with the signal. Hill country's notoriously bad for like not having signal, and the other thing is how fast this was. It went from like I did the math on like the like low like when I think Fox News' little thing they put out was 28 feet of water. You've divided by hour, that's like 8.5 feet of water, but really it's actually not that average. It's going to be a lot heavier water rise in the beginning areas. So this came quick, it came fast in the middle of the night. The other thing is like it's code red is the major culprit. If you look at the surrounding counties, they didn't have this problem, right? But if you look, not only did the local government turn down the sirens twice, they turned down a third thing for additional funding to fix code red and improve it, adding new warning systems. They wanted to add new text services. They wanted to have emergency signal things, all sorts of stuff. And then they tried to even push it without sirens, and they still turned it down because the locals didn't want to pay, specifically Rob Kelly. So when we want to talk about who's to blame, it's
the
really
Republicans in Cook
Judge
County.
Rob. It's the local officials, the Rob Kelly,
It's
and
the Republicans.
and the voters.
There's
With
And
the Democrat, with the
there's
Dem- with the Dem-
one-
wait,
there's one
wait,
thing.
Gibbs, that one. Would the Democrats have instated all of these systems that would have made potentially prevented some of these deaths? Do you think?
No, not
No, the
Texas.
Democrats wouldn't. Okay.
Not the Texas.
Bullshit, whatever.
No, because the Texas
Language
Dems are
finish.
basically
I
I can't predict that. I don't know.
some people jump in.
then Scott.
I let some people jump in. I guess I just want to frame this as a question then to you, LSP. If the organization that you're criticizing as having this missing staff member was actually overstaffed at the time and issued the warning at like 3 hours prior, they actually issued it like well beforehand, and it was the local Kerr County that didn't utilize the iPause system for currently unknown reasons. I mean, how does any of that track back to DHS? How does any of that track back to Christino?
Well, they didn't. So this position is vacant. Yes, you can have multiple meteorologists right on staff right now. You
But
need a
that office
specific
issued the warning,
coordinator.
though. Right, no, that office issued
That office-
the missing.
that
coordinator
office
you're
has-
talking about.
It doesn't have a coordinator.
Well, hold on.
They can issue the warning. They need somebody to make the phone calls.
Wait, hold on real quick. So I understand what you're saying. Stop. You're misunderstanding. So
Okay, what
this
am I
office-
misunderstanding?
So what this office does is it sends out like a generalized warning, right? And
Yes,
they
and
did
Kerr
that.
County can take that and issue it as an Amber Alert. Yes.
Kerr County can choose to do that, right? So there's no Kerr County never did that. They never actually sent this out. But this office that you're criticizing for not having a coordinator, they did do that. They did basically exactly what they would do with a coordinator.
Well, no,
3
not
hours
exactly.
prior.
Well, no.
What are you saying? Here,
Just, hang on. Let me answer. Let me answer what you just asked. Damn.
What did I ask?
Well, let me answer your claim at least that a coordinator wouldn't work the same way because I don't even agree with that factually.
That's what I was going to clarify here.
Do with a coordinator. I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah. So if they were overstaffed by 3 additional staff members, what would a coordinator have done that the staff didn't do?
I would imagine make a phone call and say, "Hey, issue this iPause out to their residents so they know to get to higher ground. Don't just sit on it and linger at it." Yes,
the coordinator
because it could be the case that Kerr County officials don't necessarily know how to respond to that either. They might actually get the warning. They did get the warning.
Sure.
They didn't send it out. They didn't send it out, right? Because they don't have like the depth of knowledge that maybe an emergency coordinator.
We don't know why they didn't send it out.
We don't know that the emergency coordinator knew how to do his job.
It is speculation.
Can I respond? Yo, no, it's all going to be speculation. We don't know what an emergency coordinator would have actually done in that situation. We can only speculate since the office is empty. But one of their jobs is to actually coordinate. And one would assume that coordinating means getting on the phone with these officials and telling them the scope of the emergency so they know how to respond adequately, which clearly they did not.
A lot of
Like, I'm not saying Kerr County absorbs absolutely none of the blames for this. They absolutely do.
I'm not saying you're. No. I'm not saying that. Okay, I'm not trying to like diffuse here between the blame between Kerr County. I'm asking specifically as to like these very specific claims because
Done differently. I just answered that.
No. I am skeptical that this coordinator would be calling up every single county and telling them to issue an iPause warning, since they issued a warning using the iPause system several hours earlier. Now it's a different. Obviously, it wasn't specific to Kerr County.
They didn't send it to people's phones, which is what they needed to do.
But
Right,
they did send one.
so they sent out a generalized one, and so the question is, does the coordinator that you're talking about in a office that's normally staffed by 2 people, but in this night was staffed by 5, would the absence of 3 people and the inclusion of the coordinator instead of the other person, would this have led to a more efficient response? And I think that if you're going to blame them for this, I think the burden of proof is on you.
So I want to go to Scott and then Gibbs, but just quickly, right? So, and Scott, if you want to go with this, now I don't know, right? I don't have any insight into NOAA and its workings or anything, right? If I were to argue this on LSP's ground, and I don't know anything about the iPod system, okay, please don't bite my head off. But if I were to argue this, it would seem to me that a coordinator, right, will be doing something separate and specific away from a meteorologist. That's why I asked Gibbs about like
But it is the
specifically
meteorologist that
that
fills that
role.
role. It's a meteorologist that fills that role.
No, he might be a meteorologist, but I'm saying that like specifically coordinating is above and beyond simply like, doing the things that meteorologists do, right? Like I can see them from what I've heard something about this, right? And I haven't dug deep like you have, but like that this coordinator role is an interface, a liaison between the organization and the counties, right? So that's why it might be the case. And again, I'm not making a statement here. I'm not making a claim, but it might be the case that even though you have 5 individuals within that office, if there is no coordinator doing that coordination, then this
Also a
specific
separate
part
county.
of their job is not being fulfilled.
Well,
I don't know if that's the case.
all right, but it's also
my
just-
argument.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not
it's
convinced
also
they were
a
going to
separate county.
call Kerr
Well,
County
well,
officials and tell them to issue
well,
something that's within their discretion.
I think that might be the
Just
part
to
of
be
the
clear,
opposition, but
just to
I
be
don't
clear,
know. But I don't know.
it's the
Um,
San Antonio. Hold
Do
on.
you think they just issue the warning and that's it? Like, what do you think
Hold
they
on.
do?
It's the San Antonio guy, not the Kirk County guy that's missing. And San Antonio had flooding, and we didn't have the desk because guess what? We had people on staff for it. So it's not, he's even talking about the wrong thing. If he wants to talk about what's going on with Kirk County, we can talk about that. But San Antonio is where they're missing this coordinator, and we had people on staff. But
San-
Just
and
for
San Antonio-
the San Antonio office deals with Kerr County.
Yeah,
for
San
everyone
Antonio
that's not-
office might be
so does all
dealing
these,
with like a
so do
lot of
all,
treatment.
yeah, but so
It
do
might
all
not
these
be-
other ones. So does Austin. They deal with Kerr. So does New Braunfels. Like this guy
I-
clearly doesn't know what he's talking. Anyway, okay, I'll wait.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
it's
Noah
Scott
is
and
saying that there was no effect on the response time. So where are we getting that
No,
there's a
of
response
course,
to the
Noah's
effect?
going to say they didn't do anything wrong. As anybody in this
Oh.
administration speaks out against the administration, they tend to be targeted by the administration.
Let's go to Scott and then Gibbs.
Yeah, I find this whole conversation like really interesting because I didn't expect the panel to turn to the previously already debunked claims that the left was making. LSP didn't want to focus on like the stronger claim, which is like the new claim, right? Which is Kristi Noem and the Trump administration's policies have slowed down, disaster relief. So I mean, that is mostly what I focus on because I just didn't expect anybody to parrot like Reddit talking points and not like as opposed to like facts. But I will say this: there's just a couple of things that are a little off, right? It is important to note that Kerr County is even worse than Admiral Gibbs is describing because, for the record, they did take the COVID disaster relief money that could have been used on a flood warning system. So even though the judge in question had denied the $1 million out of their $67 million yearly budget to put in the flood system, and even though there was several rejections that have been passed through, even though they made a decision to, not the judge specifically, but the local government in Kerr County to use that $10 million to upgrade systems for the sheriff county office and like they had like a new Motorola system, a few other things. So over and over and over again, the problem is Kerr County. The problem is how Kerr County has dealt with this, and this has all been already like completely debunked. That's why the media has moved on to hit pieces against David Richardson and moved on to blaming the Trump administration and like the cuts requiring people to file expenditures on 100K. Like that's the new talking point, and like the panel is stuck on the old talking points of which the left has already been shown is all bullshit. And so like instead of and like we do this weird thing. And the right does this, the left does it too. I think the left does it a little bit more, where like everything is dismissive and like whatever and not a big deal is kind of how when it's your own problem. And then as LSP rightly calls out, right, like he says, answer my argument, and then what he usually gets is a meme or dismissive. And then what the left really does is they hone in really, 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 really microscopic level to try and get a W and distract from the entire conversation. So now we are at a point where, well, actually, since the Trump cuts of staff and there was a temporary person there, if they had a permanent person there, he would have actually been so much more qualified, and he would have issued the IPAWs in like a different way, and Kerr County would have, like, when they got the same warning from the same fucking guy, would have, like, maybe they would have gotten a phone call to follow that up to make sure they did the thing that they were already informed to do. So actually this is Trump's fault. And it's like, it reminds me of like QAnon, like 5D chess, but in the reverse of like, how can we connect this to Trump somehow? And it's like, just go with the standard talking points of today, not the dumb shit that's already been debunked from yesterday. I just don't get this. Like, why are we even talking about this portion? It's not even the debate topic, and Prime knows it's not the debate topic because he gave us a fucking article about the actual debate topic, because that's the left's current talking points. And LSP is trying to drag us back to the shit that Destiny's retarded ass said on Piers Morgan for some fucking reason.
Yeah,
why are we on this? It's not even the topic.
I kind of want to echo some of that, because like what we keep getting told is this one-liner that I knew it had to be a Destiny talking point, because only Destiny does this thing anymore, where it's like we take one sentence out of like a whole thing, and then they hyper focus on that one thing, which is this special coordinator that whatever, which is already filled in. I posted an interesting article, and I think there's a really good debate we should be having about like what maybe if we should federalize systems or if we should do state-only systems or whatever, because this code red system is fucking trash. And also, before I move on to that, I just want to quote one thing. Baby doesn't even want to talk. Doesn't even mention it. He mentioned how bad Cook County is. I don't know if he knows this. They got it down to the cost would have only cost them $50,000 to put adequate amount of sirens in there to prevent this, and the same kind of sirens they have for New Braunfels and all these surrounding areas.
Hold on. When I researched, I thought that was the cost of the study to determine that they needed.
Well, I've seen that. That was one of them. That was one of. I've seen one of those saying that. I've also seen quotes saying in other things they were quoted $50,000.
There's no way the whole system is $50K.
Well, no, not the whole system, just the sirens.
I think that was the study for the sirens.
Well, there's both.
That
was the
So
study.
do they have sirens or not?
They don't have sirens. Anyway, this is not an important point to what I'm making. Right, long story short, they could have had the sirens really fucking cheap, and they chose not to do it. And thirdly, when I posted this
about a tenth of the money they already got.
Yeah.
Why are we just skirting over the fact that they just chose not to put in the system?
Okay,
why
so
didn't
if you
they?
want, okay, fine. I'll give you
that's our argument is that it's Kerr County's fault. Let's
talk about that.
$10 million and they didn't spend it on this.
There's something really important I think we should talk about, but fine, I will give you the rundown. The rundown is twofold. One, people don't actually threefold. One, they said sirens are an eyesore. That's what instead the local minutes. That was not their big point. The big point was two, they don't want to spend the money on it, and three, this is a once in 100-year issue. They didn't think it was going to be a continuing issue, and so when they said we're not going to spend the money on it, we don't want to be woken up by sirens all the time for floods that don't happen, especially in the middle of the night. People got work, yada yada yada, and so they bitched, and the locals got behind that, and then Rob Kelly got behind it, and it was really not even a controversial thing amongst the people in that county, and that's why he got away with turning it down. So that's why, if you want to know the local level reasoning why they didn't want the sirens, I think it's fucking stupid. Abbott thinks it's fucking stupid.
They did a poll, and it was like 47% of people didn't want the sirens.
Because a lot of people in that area move there because they want the like a pristine nature, untouched kind of thing. Anyway, back to the code red thing, which I think is important. We mentioned the signal services not being there and the code red not being reliable. If you read the article I just posted about code red, it says the alerts went out after being requested by the fire department, local fire department, at like 3:55, and then they sent them out by 4:20, as early as some people got it. However, signal service is so bad and the system is so fucking unreliable that a lot of people didn't even get them until 10 a.m. the next day, or 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. after it was
or they're trying to use that as proof that they didn't send it out. In some articles.
And then we had the judge once again, Rob Kelly. We keep coming back to this guy. He even said at one point when they interviewed him that no alert went out, and then the police chief got quizzed about it, and he goes, "No, we sent something out at 4:20." Yada yada. So there's clearly a lot of miscommunication between the person who's supposed to handle this. In fact, he makes his argument even worse about the
Isn't the
coordinator.
LSP's point?
No.
If only we had a coordinator to communicate.
No. That's
He could
actually proves it wrong.
coordinate
This
all
proves
these
it wrong.
miscommunications.
No, proves it wrong because that would be the weather service coordinator working with local government. This comes down to the guy who was elected to run this. Rob Kelly is the emergency director for that region. He's been there since 2006. He is the experienced guy in the region, and it all fell on him, and he crumbled and failed, and that's whose fault it is. That's who we can point to and blame is Judge Rob Kelly, not some fugazi little guy that Trump may or may not fired, because that's total bullshit and a misdirect to blame Trump for shit he had nothing to do with. Unless you're telling me Trump called up in 2006 and was like, hey, me and Rob Kelly are in cahoots, and we're going to fucking
I don't
plan
care
this
to
3
blame
years
Trump
ahead.
necessarily. I
But
just want to figure out,
It's
what
Rob
the issue
Kelly's
is.
fault. And that's the guy.
And it seems
we
like a
need to blame.
Republican issue a little bit, not Trump.
Well, okay, to be fair,
Well, like,
does a Republican have a chance of winning office in Dearborn, sociologic?
Probably, yeah. They could win.
Okay, all right. Well, let me pick a different area. Let's pick an area where the Republican's not going to win, like in a prominent Democrat. That's the same thing as
San
Kirk County.
Francisco.
Yeah, okay, San Fran, right? A Republican's not going to win in San Fran. So when you go,
The
hey,
old
it's a Republican.
boogeyman.
Sure, yeah, it's a Republican, but it's like a local level guy. No one's going to vote Democrat in that area. It's like 98%. They decide at the primary who's going to be the guy.
So it's
right?
Trump's fault, is what you're saying.
So yeah, so somehow
Well,
that
you know,
equates
if
to
they're
Trump,
MAGA.
right? I mean,
Ultimately.
this guy's been there since 2006, so I think that predates MAGA, right?
Okay. So
But Gibbs, you forgot to mention that there's a Reddit video from 2 people being like, Biden's going to make us take the vaccines. Don't give us this money. And then they took the fucking money anyways.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Kirk County is a shit.
And then used it for their police department, right? They didn't use that money to build an emergency infrastructure or response infrastructure.
Yeah,
for floods.
it's
That's
almost like
issue.
the federal government has done everything that you, the fucking socialists, wanted, and you're still trying to blame
He's
the
not
federal
socialist.
government with these retarded ass talking points.
Okay, sure, yeah.
But
Scott considers me a socialist. I'm pretty sure
accurate.
LSP would follow his socialism under his
I'm
definition.
pushing back.
Yeah,
Grill.
the capitalist response would be to abolish the Stafford Act, abolish NRF, abolish
Abolish
federal
the
AIDS
government
regulation,
and the whole
Abolish
thing.
everything.
abolish federal
Abolish
volunteer protection act of
everything.
1997.
Rescuing your ass.
Everything must be abolished for us to have a
You guys all have a
functioning
bunch of
society.
retarded statist solutions.
You're
Yeah,
fucking
the anti-flood
If
store
only
all
we
over.
had, if only we threw more money into FEMA, all the children would be alive.
Yeah.
Fucking
Okay.
Well, I mean, or if we threw more money into sirens originally.
I mean, we
and, like,
didn't
you know,
even talk about Camp
they're an
Mystic, like,
eyesore. What the
Gibbs
fuck
are-
kind of argument
why
is
did
The
the
that?
Gibbs
local
response
government
Change
is bomb
Hold on,
seriously.
why did the
Staff
local-
vital
why-
emergency response
okay,
team, stuff like that.
This is like
Hold on,
Netanyahu
this is
going.
actually-
I didn't know that
actually-
Hamas was actually going to attack
you,
that
you
day.
bring up a good point there. Why was Camp Mystic allowed to build their buildings in a high flood
agree.
area by the
I
local
agree.
government? Is that Trump's fault? No, that's the local government's fault. They shouldn't allow them to build there. And like, so when we're sitting here going, hey, it's Trump,
I
like,
agree.
no, let's talk about the real issue instead of being partisan hacks like LSP.
Don't be doing
agree with that
NIMBY
point,
laws
Jim.
now. All right, if they
So
want to
wait, so
fucking
Trump doesn't know the geography of every place in the country. That sounds
No,
like if he did,
That's why he blamed Biden. It's Biden's terrain, right? It's Biden's topography. Now, not yet.
Yeah.
Haven't changed.
No, but he's not being
First time I heard of
partisan
Kirk County
attack
was
or
during
anything.
Biden's administration. I was going to point that out.
But Scott, I know Scott was correct previously on one thing.
doesn't
And then
sound like
this wasn't the discussion that I was aiming for at all. I was aiming for a discussion on like federalism, basically, and like the division of labor between the states and like what happens when it fails from one level versus another, right? That's what I was going for with my article. I didn't happen.
I'll engage with that and surprise you. Here you go. Listen,
Abolish
I
the state.
agree. I'm always for more local authority and less federal authority as a means of getting closer to what I want. But there's a problem here when we're talking about disasters. And the problem is that disasters don't strike one fucking state and never touch another state. And that's why we have organizations that's why we have FEMA. That's why we have all these other things, because it does require at least maybe not a national response, but it cannot simply be done by one state, right? Like a regional
You could have
response
compacts. You could have multi-state compacts for that, though.
You absolutely could. That is one way to do it. And another way to do it is to abolish all the fucking regulations that stop private companies and corporations from being able to actually offer assistance and aid. And instead of giving all of the power and authority to FEMA. And then FEMA, just because they have a state monopoly, they do what all monopolies do, which the left loves to point out all the problems of a monopoly until it's the fucking federal government, which is that their budget gets bloated, they start sucking, they stop being able to be as effective, the fucking red tape starts increasing. And so, yes, Donald Trump comes in and does something very stupid, which is he immediately comes in and puts a very low bar as far as disaster relief is concerned and says, funnel all of this through Kristi Noem, and we promise we'll get to it within 5 days. And then they said, look, there are other agencies like the Coast Guard and CPB, et cetera, but CPB and the Coast Guard are not fucking trained and don't have the staff to do what it is that FEMA does, right? Like, while they are trained to do some things, there's obviously a subject matter expert here. And the subject matter expert is FEMA. So you need to get rid of these regulations and allow the market to step in. And you don't fucking put in this arbitrarily extremely low number that is going to slow down the process. This is part of the fuck up by Trump. All this other old shit is retarded.
Scott, pre-FEMA, we had the National Guard and local governments that work together through the National Guard to do what FEMA does.
Absolutely.
They did it a lot better and a lot cheaper.
That illegal in 1988. And what I'm saying is,
I thought FEMA came around because the cost of that fell onto local states, and states couldn't shoulder the cost all on their own.
FEMA came about because of the thing down.
I thought it was in response to that.
That's retarded. FEMA diverts funds to
that's absolutely the
that doesn't mean that
it's
saying the state lacks money. Texas got $20 million in its last budget from FEMA, right? So it's like you could just you don't need a 3-letter agency to handle it when you're talking about funds that states lack, when you just as easily could have a bill by Congress that says, hey, every state gets, this amount of money per person towards disaster relief. Like, that's like, even from your socialist standpoint, like, that still doesn't make any fucking sense.
FEMA came out of the outcry after Katrina because
FEMA's during Jimmy Carter. Jesus,
FEMA was there.
Jimmy Carter.
It was botched so bad by
FEMA got more power in 88 and they got more power in 97, and yes, it got more power after Katrina, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't there before. Like, both can kind of be true at the same time.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, why don't we table this then, and have maybe a wider discussion, because I mean that was a conversation I wanted to have. And so, I wrote down something. Should the federal government offload more of its responsibilities to the states? Emergency response could be an example. So maybe do you guys want to have a larger conversation about this next week, maybe, rather than try to stuff one in here? Where we could,
I mean, that'd be good. I mean, especially with what Abbott's doing, I think there's a lot of you can look at this. You can compare this to the freeze, or with how Abbott's stepping in, going, well, if y'all aren't going to do it, then we're going to take over and we're going to put them there. I think there's a good conversation to be had about that.
I mean, I'm a states' rights guy, so I believe that absolutely the first responsibility is always held by the state. And not
unless it's abortion.
And I'm a libertarian.
Or putting the military in LA, states' rights.
Creating laws that make it illegal for businesses to be able to help with disaster relief, unless they're a registered 501c3.
That's true.
That gets a bunch of money from billionaires so that they can get their contracts through FEMA.
HEB is
fucked up and wrong and evil.
HEB is providing a bunch of help right now.
Save the fire.
Yeah, when you say companies can't provide help, what do you mean? What do you mean it's illegal to provide help?
Why?
Go, Scott.
Save the fire for next week. Okay.
I actually want an answer to that question too.
Okay.
It seems silly to me.
I'll be very quick. So HEB, other organizations can donate money and they can donate resources, right? They can donate water, they can donate money. What they can't do, right? What they can't do is private companies cannot work with insurance or in other ways for profit, or they can't price gouge, which anti-price gouging laws are some of the most evil laws ever, because they kill
everything
people.
is evil, Scott.
Everything that is a violation of
you are merman
of individual liberty and private property rights is evil. Yes. So it's illegal. The only way you can actively engage other than just donating resources is if you are a 501c3, and that has been and you have to go through the the NRF National Relief Framework and be approved by FEMA, which basically only large charities that do all the right things on the checklist are allowed to do.
Okay.
It's true.
All right. So let's save that. I like having topics ready like the week before. So I don't have
You
to
always
come up with
forget them
later.
though,
I write them down. No, I write them.
and then
well,
I
when
mean, then we
write
don't use
down-
them.
Send a reminder. I'll send.
No, I
Look,
said
man,
last
he's been
week.
trying to bring up this 20-minute conversation about Israel, Palestine, Middle East, and Iran having bombs for 3 weeks now. Okay.
Okay, look, we do use when I write them down, we do use them eventually, unless like they go like out of style, like so for some reason like it's gone too long.
So
then we
it
can't use
becomes
anymore.
moot. Yeah.
Yeah. So now that's why I've generalized the conversation, so we have to like do the whole flood thing, but we can mention it next week. So there's that. I also have another topic that I'm excited about. That'll be like 2 weeks from now. This is all great. Like Prime being ahead of the schedule. When does that ever happen? Fucking never. So things are going great. So we'll leave it there then. All right, we'll leave it there. I appreciate you all. And I appreciate the people who supported. Alexander wants to Prime. I'll get you some donos shortly when I get down to my PC. But remind Scott that the issue with monopolies isn't that they are wasteful and lazy, is that they rig prices and kill competition.
Yes, and all monopolies are created by the state.
And yeah, that's what
Touché.
it's a state problem. Like for IPs, he'll say like IP allows for a monopoly.
Yeah, abolish
where,
IP. True.
Mhm.
yeah.
Or in FEMA's case, making it illegal to compete with them, making it a crime to engage in helping people for profit and reducing prices and, making sure people get relief.
Okay. Alexander went, and whenever those donuts come in, that'll be great. We can I can stick around for donuts. That'd be great. That'd be nice.
Sometimes my answers are intentionally antagonistic because I know you'll pay Prime more.
While
So
we're
I know
waiting,
that game.
while we're waiting on the
And it won't
donuts,
it won't stop you.
I just want to say one thing. Price gouging laws aren't just bad because they're evil and violate private property and all that stuff, although that is a valid point. They're bad also
They kill
because
people.
they actually are just like most economists oppose them. They're just actually bad when it comes to handling disasters. They're just like empirically bad when it comes like for the same reason like rent control is bad.
Yeah, but
It
fuck
removes the incentive for people to bring resources to a disaster area. Straight up.
Mhm.
If you remove
Yeah, hold on.
price gouging laws, more resources get to those
So
areas.
let me ask about this.
economists.
And hopefully get more donuts. Great, but if not, that's
That's price
I'm
gouge.
bullying.
Alexander win.
I'm not bullying. Thank you for the kindness. But okay, so let's maybe end on this or something. Price gouging.
Mhm.
What that reminds me of during COVID, right? When you had individuals, maybe I've already brought this up. I forget.
We've
but
had this.
individuals who are buying up like massive amounts of toilet paper and then selling them like 20 literally the people in their neighborhood. Some of them were doing it
Yes,
online.
super base,
So
super
people
good. Yes,
of course you would say that.
highly moral.
So they're massively raising the price for not something in an emergency disaster area where like people can't get to like the supplies, right? And they're doing them the service of bringing the supplies for them, right? Like they could get to the supplies. They could have gone to Walmart. They could have bought them from Amazon or whatever, right? They could do all those things. They instead buy up the supply and then like charge a massive premium like for the privilege of buying it from them instead of
Scalpers.
Walmart or whatever. Yeah,
So
scalpers.
this-
Exactly.
This is a
Scalping is
result.
good.
So this
What do
is
you
a
mean, no?
hold on. What you're describing is a result of price gouging laws.
Okay.
If you didn't have these price gouging laws, here's what could happen, right?
They
Not
raise the
only are you
price.
going to have the manufacturer you're gonna have two things happen. Not only are toilet paper and all these things going to come in from outside any particular disaster area, or when you have a disaster affect the whole country, I guess this wouldn't be an issue, but it potentially could come from other countries as well. More profit incentive. But the other thing is is it incentivizes disaster preparedness, right? Because if I, for example, am betting on the fact that another COVID might happen and toilet paper might become scarce, and I can't raise my price if that happens, I am not going to have a warehouse full of toilet paper prepared for the next disaster that I can then market at an up price, because it's going to cost me a fuck ton of money to store all this toilet paper, and I can't sell it for anything more, right? However, if I can increase the price in literally in response to an increase in demand that stems from any kind of disaster, now it may very well become more economical for me to stockpile necessary supplies for if a disaster happens, because then I can raise the price. And so anti-price gouging laws are really going to have.
So wait. So either way, the consumer just gets fucked, regardless.
No,
of
well,
if
you have
the
because there's more availability.
If you have a stockpile and you can gouge the price when an emergency happens, that stockpile isn't for emergency, it's for you to make money, therefore fucking over the consumer. Or if I don't have a stockpile, I can just get bought out by someone, and then scalping is good because they're reselling at an exuberant price.
I'm more skeptical as to the second part. But the reason the second part is a result of these laws is because you're not going to be able to enforce these laws on individuals. Local stores do that, right? They'll put 2 per customer, for example. They'll try to enforce that. But the government is really only enforcing these price gouging laws against retailers and manufacturers and the entities that they have authority over, directly. And if you enforce
that we
the
wanted
laws,
them to regulate,
sure, you can
to
say
not
generally
get ripped off for things.
Well, you can say you generally want the government to regulate these entities, but the result here is going to be shortages. You have, yes, you can say that the price of toilet paper is going to skyrocket if you remove these laws. You're also going to have a lot more toilet paper.
The problem wasn't shortages, though.
Well, absolutely the problem was shortages.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Wait. It wasn't.
In my area, I would walk in. There was no toilet paper in any store in the area.
It wasn't because
Lactoid
Costco
had a dirty bottom the entire time.
I stocked up because I think
Costco. It wasn't because Costco didn't have enough. It's because everyone in your neighborhood tried to kind of like Pokemon cards. They were just buying them all so they could resell them at a high price.
It wasn't
we're all
just
kind
that.
of skirting around. Hold on, no. So here's, you have to explain this economically, right? Not from trends. So the reason that you have shortages is because the price is not set appropriately in the supply and demand equation. Okay, so when you have price gouging laws, you create a price floor ceiling, or you create laws that make it to where the price cannot go up more than a certain percentage in a certain amount of time, et cetera, et cetera. So what ends up happening is demand increases because of fear or because of panic. Okay, and so if you try and say, well, you can't price gouge now, what it means is there's a whole bunch of people that wouldn't have bought more than a couple of rolls of toilet paper that now want to buy and stock up on a bunch of toilet paper as a means of preparing. And so what ends up happening is naturally what the economy would do to this response is that they would increase the price of toilet paper, and thus they would make sure that they were constantly stocked with toilet paper.
Yeah.
So anytime somebody needed or wanted toilet paper, they could go get toilet paper. But what happens when you have price gouging laws is that people end up buying a bunch more than they need. The price doesn't go up.
Sure.
And then other people are left without having toilet paper. So we most famously saw this in 1979 with gas prices during Carter, when we had this up and down and this volatility in the market. And one of the things that what we found was, as soon as gas prices would drop, everyone would run out of gas, but they weren't using that gas. What was happening is, because it was cheap, they were worried that in the future it would become expensive, so they would fill their car up all the way up to a full tank of gas in the hopes that when it gets more expensive later. And then what that would do is it would cause volatility in the market and the price would go up. And then you had a lot of policies, local policies, not really federal policies, that started trying to put price ceilings and try and regulate the price of gas.
There was
every
national
time
policies.
they did this. There was a
They
few,
even
but,
they even odd.
but
No, they even regulated who could buy
Yeah.
gas on what days, even on odd days.
He did.
that was right. But that was
It's
how much you could buy, etc. But there wasn't that much price gouging
Regardless of
laws.
the- if-
Most of those were
it-
local. And what this did is
Scott,
every time they put in
Brother.
price gouging laws on gas, what ended up happening is nobody had gas in that area. They would run out of gas every time they would limit the price.
Because people
of
would
gas.
keep a full tank so that they wouldn't run out of gas when the price would get expensive. I understand that, but what I was
Right.
But like, even if you have the price gouge issue, right? If you allow like to price gouge, whatever the fuck it may be, it's still regardless of how it looked, it's still a minority of people who got conspiratorial and overreacted and bought out the toilet paper. So if you end up raising the prices on everyone, so a minority of people don't do that, it's still the majority of people who end up getting fucked over due to the fact that these companies just want to make more money. It's not like their inventory costs them anymore. So it's still the consumer getting fucked over regardless. It's
let's
not
get-
in
let's-
necessity.
hold
on, hold on.
It doesn't
Okay, but
necessarily.
hold on.
It's
If
not
it's
a necessary.
1%,
Greg
listen,
wants to
if
say something.
1% of the market is willing to pay triple the price for a product, okay, then so it's 300%. It's gonna there's an equilibrium here, right? Because if it's a minority of people, then the effect they actually have on overall price is limited. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's go to
Like a 300%, price equation in their mind, right? Wouldn't be a 300% price increase everywhere in the long term. It would average out to a 3% price increase. The equilibrium eventually hits back. This concept of like, one or two crazy people will buy up everything. It's like in the short term that can happen. But then they're stuck with a bunch of fucking toilet paper. Then they end up reselling it, right? Just as Prime Kai said, there are gougers, if you will, right? That end up reselling it. Now those people come into the market as a black market to circumnavigate what the state has made illegal. Like it doesn't work the way that you think it does, where like one person's going to buy up all the supply and then no one will ever be able to get any supply anywhere else.
So we're going to go to our friend Grid. Just very quickly.
Thank you.
We got a super chat.
Yeah, Scott. So
we just very quickly. We got a super chat. Just going to read it very quickly. If price gouging, and you can respond to this. The Alexander Wynn. If price gouging is just a natural market response to demand, then looting is just a natural social response to starvation. You don't get to call one moral and the other evil, and both are given by desperation. One just wears
That's
a suit.
retarded.
And this is $50 from Alexander. Wynn. Thank you.
You paid $50 to let everybody.
Let's
hold on, you
go.
paid $50 to let
Let's go
everybody
to-
know that you're retarded. I'm just going to
Let's go to
respond to
Grid.
his thing that's obviously at me very quickly. You paid $50 to let everybody know that you're retarded. Okay, there's the two are not analogous. They're disanalogous because one is theft of property and the other is an increase of price. How the fuck are those two this exact same thing?
Let's go to Grid.
yeah, so Scott, one of the interesting things about price gouging is I see this a lot of in ammunition. Actually, I don't really care.
Yeah.
Toilet paper at everybody. Eventually
Right,
the factories
increase
will catch up.
price, and then you still have handgun ammo left.
Right. Yeah. So at the end of the day, so like for example, I learned my lesson back when Obama was elected, and all the ammo dried up and all the components dried up, and when you could find ammo, it was so very, very expensive. It was like 5 times what it would normally go for, and so I learned my lesson then, and and then again, and so my motto on all of this stuff is buy cheap and stack deep. So when the next time came around, when Trump came in the office and everybody thought that there was going to be some big deal go on, and again, the primers start running out, powder starts running out, all that stuff. I still had enough. I didn't even stop my competition shooting. I never even slowed down. And I still had enough that if I had wanted to, a box of primers, for
but
example.
also you're rich.
Yeah, true. But a box of primers, were like $30 when I was buying them, and they went to $115 for a box. And I could have sold all that I had for way more and still had enough to get me through the hard times. And it doesn't take a lot of planning to do that. And so I don't agree with, I'm in the same boat with you with the price gouging laws. I could have complained about people selling, ammunition for, 5 times what it went for 2 months ago. But why? I had the same opportunity to buy it when it was cheap. I just didn't, right? And then I learned my lesson, and then I did. I just buy some a little bit at a time, and I never feel the market now, I guess is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. When it goes way up, I don't buy it. When it comes back down, then I buy it. So I actually don't believe in anti-price gouging laws. I do believe in there's a kind of a communal kickback or pushback against someone that does something like goes and buys out all of the hand sanitizer within an area, right? Goes to every Dollar General and buys out all of it, puts it in the back of a U-Haul, and then starts going around to flea markets and stuff. There will be some communal pushback against that because they're like, hey, what an asshole,
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
really
he
all
did
they're
it.
doing
You did
is
it.
what they're doing when they do that is that they're proving that the price is too low because people are willing to pay more for that product. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to make that profit to begin with.
Okay, so Lactoid, having heard that, scalping good?
Scalping is great. Scalping is good.
Okay.
Before you say that, just like there was part of Alexander's message out there, price gouging doesn't optimize for demand; it optimizes for profit. Suppliers can simply hold back inventory to sell at inflated prices. Supply doesn't just appear because prices go up, especially in crises with infrastructure collapse. The price mechanism becomes predatory, not productive. That's his.
Pretty true.
Where's the predatory? He's assuming for profit.
I don't agree
is
with predatory, but
it moves resources towards its most valued ends. That's what it does.
We'll let Lactoid go, but also a reminder, guys, this is past 11:30. So if anyone wants to leave, you can leave. It's fine.
And after this, I want to Lactoid's response.
Okay.
Y'all be good.
So,
Gibbs.
All right, brother Gibbs.
Catch you later, Gibbs. My primary concern with price gouging is or the anti-price gouging legislation comes with the effect on both manufacturing and warehousing. Alexander, when you just said it encourages companies to hold back products until a disaster, that's exactly what you want.
What you want.
Yeah. So this is what I was talking about before when I was talking about warehousing, right? Like the reason why, if it's not economical to warehouse a bunch of spare product to wait for a disaster, because it costs money to warehouse products, and if you can't sell them for anything more than you're selling them for right now, then the profit,
the universal time preference. It costs money to warehouse.
Exactly,
you're losing
right?
Money.
100%. You got to pay for electricity in warehouse, the real estate, the taxes, all that shit. The profit that you get, the profit that you get from just simply warehousing a spare product in wait of a disaster is not going to be profitable. The other effect is on manufacturing, right? If I own, let's say, like a company that manufactures water bottles, and then I hear that water bottles in an area are going for $20 an hour because this area is dearth of water bottles, let's say during like a hurricane or something. I'm putting every single worker I have on full overtime to really just pump out as many water bottles as humanly possible and ship them there immediately. And I'm going to divert all my supply chains from other areas to this disaster area where I can make more money off of selling water bottles. And then I'm going to flood that area.
The most valuable resources towards its most valued means.
Exactly, because it's more profitable there now. And then this is what
we keep saying it's more profitable, but if the people don't have the means to afford the thing,
but if the more water,
it reduces price. It reduces price because people. No, it literally reduces price.
Let me explain this.
That area has water bottles missing. You make a profit by moving water bottles in, which means the supply of water bottles increases there, which means you have more opportunity to get cheaper water bottles than you would have been able to get previously.
Let me get. So I posted the economics information, like a survey on economists in the group chat.
I get excited about Austrian
economic
theory.
But economists own a business, though.
I don't know if any of those economists own a business, but you can see the vast majority agree with our position here. And here's a good way to put it. Like, do you disagree, Ollie, that rent control actually over time leads to overall increases in rent? Like in terms of overall housing costs, rent control.
I've had this conversation. I did agree to that. So, like, yeah, someone explained it to me, but it is a lot of.
Sure. I can explain it. The same logic applies, right?
Yeah.
When you have rent control, what happens is you reduce the incentive. Catch you later.
For people to build. I got to jump off, guys. Therefore, the housing eventually becomes because you have to. Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
Sorry, Grid. Yeah.
See you, man.
Everyone.
Deuces
Yep.
grids.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the idea is like if you freeze the rent, eventually no one wants to build there. If no one wants to build there, then the houses, then eventually the people that like the houses that are owned, they need to be renovated anyways. They're not going to get renovated.
Mr. Boulay sends in $5 American. Mr. Boulay in the Department of Numismatics. Grids Ammo Emporium, your one-stop shop for all kinds of freedom seeds. Buy a case and get a complimentary hat. Still waiting on the channel merch, Grid. Yes, I am myself, sir. I am. I've got to get that going, and that'll be one of the things that I need to do. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my goodness. Why is this not closing? There we go. Let's close that. There we go. I say. How the hell are you? Prime, Prime's champ, man, bruh. It's a rough one, man. It's rough. That was a rough one. I ain't gonna lie. That was a little rough. I might pop in over at Sarah's, see what's up. But I ain't gonna lie, that was a little bit of a rough one. That dude from DGG, man, what a fucking loser, man. I hope he's watching right now. I really do. Because you got to be kind of a dumbass to take something that Destiny spews out in the middle of a damn show and act like it's fucking a talking point in a debate. You got to be a special kind of stupid. And that boy would not listen. He would not listen. I told him straight up, hey, we've already talked about this. This is what's up. This is here's literally every piece of proof that the fact that one guy had been let go or fired, his position eliminated, whatever it was, just because that guy wasn't there anymore, didn't have one single thing to do with anything. That's what you get, ladies and gentlemen, when you are a DGGer. You get messed up in the head. As my Scottish friends say. That was rough, TVT. I ain't gonna lie, that was rough. It's one of those things where it just makes you start questioning if you're actually as smart as you think you are because you keep going into it. I keep doing it. That's Destiny's Discord. He calls it DGG. That's Destiny's Discord. So that was rough. How you doing, Flo? What's up? What's new and exciting, my man? I caught some of your Griff stream earlier. I actually wanted to see, has Mel gone? The gay. That's right. The gay. Yeah, that's right. I was going to see, did Mel ever go live? Did Mel Pandora ever come back? Was that a teaser that with nothing there? TVT, it is all part of it. I actually thought tonight was going to be a much better debate, an actual debate back and forth. But I thought I thought the original topic was something that Scott would probably like really wax esoteric and get like super, super gritty. But no, all we got was we got the DGG guy talking about and Scott called him out on it. Literally, I wasn't going to be mean and call this dude out on the fact that that literally basically every point he tried to make was something that's already been debunked over on Destiny's own channel, right? Like every single piece. She went on a channel in the beef sector called Nurse K. I didn't see it, and it's paywalled now. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I kind of wanted, I kind of like doing these. I kind of want to be on. I kind of like being on the panel with these guys sometimes because there can be some really good discourse, but lately it's just been terrible. Wait, you've been what? Hey, let me give you a link. I want to talk to you. This is too rough. Hang on, give me a second. I gotta figure out what the fuck I did with Discord. I got Discord every damn where. There we go. The Powder Dusty. What is up, Flow State? That's wrong button. I gave you the wrong link. That's my bad. I apologize. Why didn't this work? Give me a second. There we go. Let's do it again. That was my bad. There you go. That's the right one. That was my bad. Give you a few. You're naked. Why are you in the shower talking on the dang, son? What's wrong with you? Wait, what? What did I miss? Hang on. Right. She was on Clue Studios 2 talking about if long-term relationships are dumb. That sounds like something she would say. So, yeah, don't come on my channel naked. That's no good. He showers with his clothes on. I mean, that's probably true. He has been in the prison system. Yeah, Prime's debates are just terrible, man. They're getting worse because his TDS. The problem is that his TDS is so bad. Like literally every prompt is how bad is Trump and can you prove that he's not bad? It's just Ricola guarded. You think she was pro long-term relationships? That's interesting. That's interesting. They have gotten really bad, but I think he's running out of things. See, the problem is that or at least what I'm seeing is the problem is that Trump isn't fucking up hard enough for him anymore. So he's got to make some shit up. So yeah, that's what I see. I fucked up my wrist again, and I can't hardly get my damn pocket. Anybody flipping back and forth between the tomato and over here? It'd be interesting to know if it's worth jumping on the panel over there. I'm gonna get up in the morning and hit the lake, be fishing. I might even, if somebody's live, I might even jump on a live stream while I'm fishing. So has anybody been popping back and forth? Is Sarah is good? They're debating some nonsense. She just ended. Wow, she got done early tonight. She did. Look at that. Did she go to the... It was, does AI do more harm than good? Did she jump over to the gauntlet? Agrillipus, you have a great night, my friend. You get some sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, they were debating AI. You're on the second channel? Yeah. Yeah, there she is. What's up, Bay Street Racer? How the hell are you, sir? That was fun. That was fun last time I took you guys fishing. Well, I'll do it again. What's up, dude? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I can get it to work tomorrow. Yeah, I got to be honest, guys. The way this the way the panel goes over on primes, I need to find somewhere else to debate. Did I see that UK's Ofcom regulators now have list of thousands of YouTube and Twitch content makers that they can now censor what they can and cannot say on certain topics? No, I did not. I did not see that. Yeah, I couldn't believe that dude, that the DGG guy, what ELP or ELO or whatever the fuck is LPT, whatever his weird ass initial name is. I couldn't believe that he never even addressed the actual prompt. He just pulled up some shit he pulled some shit out of his ass that Destiny said, I think last week on Piers Morgan or somewhere. LSP the cuck. Lispy dude. So, it is what it is. How long does it take to get dressed, Flow State? Jesus. The first part of the conversation was actually really interesting because the LSP was actually saying some reasonable things, because I think most people do not really actually understand anything about what actually goes on in those countries, and it's a it's kind of a toss up. So, well, I think Charlie's quitting. Enemy Charlie. Mr. Boulay. Didn't that area have storm in Texas again? I'm not really sure. If he doesn't hurry up, I'm gonna jump off, man. It's 11 o'clock here. I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta get up at 4:30 in the morning and go fishing. You better hurry up. Oh, we talked about that. We talked about that from and on the show earlier today. I sent her the link. She might pop on now. My take was that she did way better than I thought she would. She was way more based than basically everybody else on the panel, except for the girl from New York. And I thought she did well. As a matter of fact, earlier today we took up a collection because you guys may not know this, but that girl. So I set this whole thing up, right. Like Admiral Gibbs came to me and said, "Hey man, I've got this girl and I'm trying to get her to do debates. See if you can help her out." I said, "Okay." Put her in the debate show. She did okay. Started kind of, she started being cool, hanging out, that sort of thing. And, she's been cool. No problems. And, so I was watching the, I know that the whole trans thing she's weak on, but that we can fix that. So the thing is that Kel came on and I noticed that she kind of had the right attitude to go on whatever. And so I messaged Brian and said, "Hey, I've got this girl. She comes on my show. I think she'd do really good on your show. I'll send her to you." So she hit Brian up, got the application or whatever, the contract, filled it all out, sent it in, and she went on last night. So I set that whole thing up. Now, what you guys may not know, and I'm sure that a lot of people today are tired of hearing me say this, but what you guys may not know is Kel left her. This was important to her, so she left early so that she could make it to the thing. That's awesome. Then her car broke down. Okay. And she ended up having to take an Uber from San Diego to Santa Barbara. That was about $400. Then today she, of course she'd been at whatever all last night. And then this afternoon, this morning, she leaves there. She takes an Uber to the train station, then waits there, gets on a shuttle to take her to the actual train. And then she was on a train and she messaged me earlier that she was almost home. Give me a second. I'll find it. It'll take me just a minute. Give me a minute. At 10:38 my time tonight. Now keep in mind that she's been in Santa Barbara since yesterday. At 10:38, she's probably asleep right now. So 10:38, she was almost home. That was an hour. Well, that was 40 minutes or 20 minutes ago, whatever it is. So 30 minutes, a half an hour ago, she messaged me. She was almost home. So, I thought that, I thought it was amazing that she actually her car broke down. And instead of calling in and flaking and saying, "Hey, Brian, I can't make it," sending him a text, "Hey, my car broke down. Here's a picture," any of that bullshit. She, as Michelle said earlier, boobed up and called an Uber, spent a lot of money. $400 is a lot of money for an Uber, guys. I'm just gonna be honest with you. That is nuts. And so we took up a collection today. And guys, by the way, we and obviously you can still donate some money to her. She did spend roughly about $600 between the she bought a dress and she didn't like it. Plus there were some comments made about it that it was really not kind of whatever materials, maybe a little whatever. So she went and bought another dress, spent like another $100 on a dress. The $400 for the Uber, that has to be crazy. And then obviously the ride home, plus she missed a day of work that she and her boss didn't. Her boss knew that she was going to miss the day of work because she was on. He was watching her last night. So you think about how most young women and a lot of young men in today's society, when faced with any kind of adversity, they just give the fuck up. And she didn't. And I think that's actually pretty impressive. And I agree, ZD Den. What a sport and a champ. So that's really cool. I don't normally give this, I always want to acknowledge when people do the right thing and do the, they do what they say they're going to do. They keep their word. I think that we have to acknowledge that. We have to respect that. And she didn't expect anything back out of it. I just, today on the day shift show, we got her Cash App, we took up a collection and we sent her some money. And, so that was great. It really, it meant the world to her. I mean, I got to be honest with you. She sent me a message and she was just like, sorry guys, I got to respond to Gibbs. So, Dad won. That's me. I guess I'm Dad one now. That's really funny. But yeah, I mean, it was something else. Dad one taking care of the kids. Yeah, she, that sucks. It does suck, right? And this is true. Ghost 1978 said most guys in California would have cried as soon as the car broke down. That is true. Suspense, something with the axle. She's a girl, so she really doesn't know. It could be the CV joint could be bad. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not her. I don't have anything to do with her or her car. I just know that the car broke and broke down on her way there. And actually, it was really impressive because apparently, I didn't know this, and I need to corroborate this with Brian, but apparently she sent Brian a text and said, hey, or an Instagram, whatever. She sent him a DM, hey, my car broke down, but I left a couple of hours early, so I will still be there on time. And I think part of that was because customer states, that's right. Customer states rattly noise from front of car. That's funny. So apparently she let Brian know. So there's that, right? So anyway, she left early. She gave herself enough time that if something happened, she wasn't completely broken down. So by the way, I've started, I kind of renamed her from Kinetic Kel to Calamity Kel because while we're talking today, And I don't know how many people remember this, but while we were talking to her today, while we were talking, it comes out that her, the reason she didn't rent a car is because you have to be 25 to rent a car in California. And even if that wasn't the case, she doesn't have her ID. She lost her wallet. She's still waiting for all the replacement stuff to come in. So she just doesn't have, her ID to be able to rent a car, even if she could. So funny stuff, guys. It was really funny. And like I said, we raised some money for her today, and that really helped her out. And I actually asked her, I actually asked her, where did I put that? So this is what I asked her. I said, let me ask you, Kel, was the $400 a big deal, like late on rent or ramen till the end of the month? And Kel says, so normally I'm more solid than I am. She was laid off from, I'm not going to say where, but she had been there 5 years. She was out of work for like a month and a half. She started 2 months ago at a much smaller business where she's working, and she's still getting her footing there, and doesn't got to build a clientele. I said, yeah, I understand that. And she says, but I of course had savings and shit, just not enough of a cushion to be acting like that. So I super duper appreciate you helping me recoup the cost. Insanely generous and kind. So that's yeah. That's her response today. Customer States is really hilarious. I love those videos. But she didn't cry about anything. She didn't whine about it. She went there. She took her lumps. I called her out on the dating the dude that lives in a hearse. I mean, who does that? Well, I mean, what this guy have some self-respect. And But at any rate, wow, looks like I killed the chat with that one. Did her car get stolen on the side of the road? I don't know. I haven't asked. I don't know that she knows. Like I said, she was traveling all day. So that's funny. So that was funny, and I don't know. You missed this earlier today, Mullet Baby. I told Rachel. I texted. Sorry. So I made a super chat basically saying that Rachel had kids, but she hadn't gotten married, which was not true. She has been married and was divorced and all that. That was my misunderstanding. So I texted Rachel and said, "Hey, sorry, I was wrong." And at the end of the day, it's rough, right? With the it's rough, when people look at you and they just want to pick out a few small things that they really don't even have the actual facts on. And I don't like to do that. So I messaged her after I made the post defending Rachel. I got a couple of facts wrong. I said, hey, I sent her a text. Hey, I'm sorry, got the facts wrong. She said, no problem. She wants Andrew said he might come on. I'm like, okay. But I told Rachel that I think this girl wants Andrew to come on so she can get some clippable moments and start building a kind of a reputation. No, Mr. Belay, we didn't. What she has told me, I don't have access to her Cash App. Honestly, why would I? What she told me is that she basically, hang on, let me find it. I think she said she basically covered she basically got back the cost of the Uber. Yeah, she's like, thank you so much. I basically got back the fucking insane Uber. So that, that was good, Yeah, Paige, absolutely. It was a tactic. That chick was just fishing to get Andrew to come on. And Andrew didn't fall for it, which was good. And that's funny. Actually, I think it helps when we say, obviously Kel's on the left, but she is a good faith person for the most part. And I really enjoyed her calling that Quasimodo looking girl out for, moving goalposts, changing subjects, just kind of pivoting all around the issue while never actually giving any answers or defending any of her own points. So I appreciated that. So I don't mind helping I don't mind helping anybody as long as they really need the help and it's not just, I'm just not like giving somebody something for nothing, right? Like I can't deal with that. Seth Spence says he more interested in the car. It could be way worse than $600. Absolutely. And I think that's, it's probably so. Yeah. Paige, absolutely. It was hilarious seeing a 304 with no morals make the same incorrect low blow attacks against the Wilsons for clout. And it failed. The best part was it failed. It absolutely failed. Yeah. So, but, I don't, and I think the important thing about the deal with Kel is she wasn't expecting any of it. Like she really is like blown away at the generosity.
TD donated $100 super chat.
Wow, I really appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate that. Thank you, TD. That's amazing. There's no context, but bruh, this chick was rough. Rough, let me tell you. It is my man, the powdered Dusty himself.
What's going on?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm fresh and I'm clean. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. I'm glad that you finally got your balls cleaned. So
they'll be dirty again in no time, though.
Did you use tactical soap?
You know what? I didn't use tactical soap. That's probably why they get so dirty.
That
and Are We Not Men clinging to him all the time.
Oh man, that dude, they've been making the rounds trying to get back in everybody's good graces. They have, as far as I know, they haven't said shit about me at all. They have not been back in my chat.
Well, you kind of you grilled them a little harder than I think anybody else I know of.
Really?
Of course, I haven't paid that much attention, really. I guess.
Okay, good. Well, I probably did because I know more than most people about the bullshit.
I know that I've been pretty quiet, right? I haven't stirred up any drama really over there.
Have been shockingly quiet. Lady KT, how are you? I hope that you're enjoying your mod status here in my channel, which Flow State does not have.
I don't have.
And will never have.
You know what? What's the last thing you said would never happen?
I know, right? I know. That's true. Well, it's very unlikely to have happen anyway. Tactical soap is a soap made by
Mr. Bullion, the debt of Numis, donated $200. A little bit extra for Kel.
That's pretty rad.
That is pretty rad.
I don't know why it's taking forever to come up over here because it should be right there. Anyway, that is Oh, you know what? That's because he did it through Streamlabs. Yeah. Okay.
That's even more rad, right? That's a smaller tax.
It is 3% versus 30.
Yeah.
Dude,
Shout out to TD.
YouTube is killing me, man. YouTube is killing me. Like, so they were, I think because it's a floating thing, right? Like, it could be 10%. It could be, I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden I'm maxed out. Like, they are killing me, bro.
If people donate through through App Store, like Apple App Store apps, right? Then the App Store, Apple takes a third. So basically, if you use an iPhone in the YouTube app, Apple will take a third, and then YouTube will take a third. So that's an extra scummy thing that iPhone. That's why you should have an Android, honestly.
That's enough of an argument for Android for sure.
Or if you do have an iPhone,
man.
if you have an iPhone and you want to make a super chat, open the stream in a browser window. Because if you use the browser, it doesn't.
I did not know that. I'm gonna have to have the mods. I have to have the mod. I gotta have the mods make up or put something in the robot.
But I mean, as a whole, though, if you think about like what, let's round up. Let's call it 40. Let's say YouTube takes 40%. What other business do you know of that has a 60% profit margin?
I mean, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Cost of doing business, I guess. Business. Cost of doing business.
Yep.
But
and I am
I love Streamlabs though. They take 3%.
Yeah, like it's hard for me to even be mad about YouTube taking its cut, because if you think about what we have access to, we basically have access to the whole world automatically installed on every device anybody can buy. It's pretty phenomenal, really. It's amazing.
That's true. Kick takes 5%.
Oh, I just started streaming into Kick too. If you've got Kick, find my shit.
I did actually. My racing team, we had a high profit margin, but that's.
I bet. Well, okay. I don't have any idea the business.
Well, I mean, actually, the economics is pretty simple overall, right?
You buy a car and pay a racer, and then win rewards or win prizes.
I usually didn't keep any of the winnings. I usually made that part of the driver's like payback or ad back. So basically, what happened is, let's say that you have a kid, and you think the world of your kid, and you think he can be the next pro racer. So you would come to me and say, "Hey, I want to put my kid in one of your cars. How much for a weekend? Or how much for this race deal?" I'm like, "All right, well, so here's the deal. Your cost for the raced weekend is, let's just say you're doing a touring car, and it's a pretty, it's not super far away. So it's not we're doing like mid Ohio, we're doing Utah, or we're doing, somewhere like that. Right? And so I would do I would rent you one car for probably about 24,000 for the weekend.
What the fuck? How much do those cars cost?
I built my cars for about 60,000 each, but
that's a
most of the cars were
massive profit margin. Why aren't we building race cars right now? What are we doing?
Most people were building their car. Most people were buying cars at about 120. That's what the anticipated cost was, but I just built mine because I could. Well, hold on now. So I built the cars for about 60,000 each. So my per weekend expenses, right, for one car, if I just did one car, which I never did one car, I always did two. So let's say I had two cars. I had you at 24 and I had somebody else at 24. So $48,000 for the weekend. Now the weekend's technically not the weekend because we're there from, we usually get there Wednesday or Thursday, load in Thursday or Friday, and then you race, Saturday and Sunday. Yeah. So, and then we come home Monday, and we're usually back late Monday. So, 20. So out of that 48 grand, I have my actual cost for diesel fuel, hotel rooms, tires, brake pads, all the consumables on the race car, paying the crew, all of that usually averaged about 20 grand per weekend. Okay.
Okay, that's a lot more expenses than I guess I expected.
Yeah. So I ran I tried to keep about a 50% profit margin. So
The Ghost is not actually wrong.
Flow State doesn't need to build a car. He will be pulling parts out of the junkyard that are fairly good enough.
I've got a bad habit of like thinking I can do things the cheaper way, or you know, then it just ends up wasting time. Although, I mean, I can. I basically built an F-150 out of Bondo and like scrap metal, but
yeah, I mean, so and it sounds so. All right, so I tried to keep about a 50% markup on. I try to keep that 4% or 50% markup on the especially the touring cars over the, for a weekend. But there's more to it. So if you needed to do a test day, when I did a test day was the best money I could make. Test days cost me basically the price of diesel fuel and one guy's pay, and I would charge $2,500 for a
test day means that they drive it around locally.
They drive it around a track, and so usually. We would do a single car test day would be like 5 hours at the track, and I'd charge like $3 grand for that, and it cost me about $500, something like that. Depending. Usually, I mean, like there's a couple of tanks of fuel and some tire, and we used used tires. We never ran new tires on that
on the test days.
Yeah.
And a set of tires is basically good for one day's race, right?
Yeah. So the way the tires worked is that with the RX-8s, now I'm going to use RX-8. They're the most economical cars. It's where I made a lot of money. I could get a complete race out of a set plus at least one test day, and usually like all of the test days when we got to the track we could do, and we wouldn't be significantly slower on them, right? And in theory we could run them much more, but they would just get slower and slower
because they're so soft. They just
they're just we ran on a dry hard compound, so they were DH tires, and
dry and hard, just like me.
And so they just lasted longer, and on the RX-8 now everybody else, they weren't getting the mileage out of the tires we were, but we were able to. We actually had a Pirelli engineer come over, and he looked at the tires, and he knew that we already had one race on them, and we were in practice at Miller Motorsports Park in Utah, and he came over and he looked and he did the tire temps and did all the stuff that the tire engineers do, and he just shook his head the whole time. They couldn't believe it. He's like, I can't believe and he's looking at our lap times, and he's looking at our sector times, and he's looking at the code on the tire, and he's like, it's just, he's like, you guys just aren't using the tires the same way everybody else is. Everybody else is like way slower.
Why is that?
Tires. It's a rear-wheel drive car with like a real suspension versus a front-wheel drive car with a piece of shit suspension.
Okay.
So they just burn the tires up faster. So, but I made a lot of money on test days. Test days was almost 100% profit. It was like so good for me. Especially if we did them close to my shop, because there was a track roughly an hour and a half from my shop. And yeah, if that, maybe just an hour, and they didn't charge me anything to test there, really, because I was, I'm the pro guy. I'm one of the pro guys. They don't charge pro guys.
What's a pro guy? Does that mean you have a membership, or does that mean you're just OG?
Yeah, I'm kind of like OG, but I'm one of the guys that other people want to be like, so they would just show up to kind of hang out.
I've noticed that about you.
Yeah. People just wanted to kind of hang out and just, so there were probably 3 or 4 of us that I would always try to pay, but a lot of times they're like, no, we got you this time. Don't worry about it. You do a lot for us and whatever. So it's fine. but I made a lot of money on test days. The place where I really, percentage wise made the most money was when we did, when we worked with marketing partners. And one of my favorite marketing partner gigs was we did something for JP Morgan Chase. And what we did was, there comes a level when you get in the corporate world, you can't give these account executives bonuses. They just don't care. They make so much money anyway. And they can only pay so much in cash. They only want so much in cash because they get taxed on it really hardcore. And so what a lot of companies do is they start giving these account executives like trips and they do events and they do all this kind of stuff as kind of rewards throughout the year. And in this case, what JP Morgan did was they had their top 4 or 5, I think it was top 5 account execs. And these were guys with like $1 billion, in accounts that they handled, right?
Mm-hmm.
Each one of them handled probably at least $1 billion, maybe $2 billion, whatever. And then their
investment banking division.
Yeah, it was investment banking and corporate banking and there was one guy and all he did was hospitals. He did all the banking for these massive hospital chains, right? And huge amount of money. And so
single use real estate.
Right.
Anyway, I never wanted to do a hospital because of that. Like if you foreclose on a hospital, what the fuck are you going to do with it? A hospital,
right. But these guys weren't writing loans. These guys were like allowing them to buy another hospital, right? Like they were allowing them to hire 200 doctors or some shit. I don't know, whatever they did. And so, but they would hire, those guys got to bring their 4 or 5 top customers. So if you, and the thing about this is one of the things I didn't realize, but what I learned is that these guys have fucking everything. They all have Ferraris. They've all got Lamborghinis. They've all got really badass, cool cars that they never get to drive and they never get to drive fast. And so the feedback, because the way we did it is I brought out one of the pro drivers, a couple of pro drivers. And the idea was originally is that they would we put the passenger seats in the race cars and they would go drive around the track with the pro guys and get the shit scared out of them. And then they could go drive their cars. And they all did that. But they all wanted to have the pro driver go with them in their cars and tell them how to drive them better or drive their cars so they could watch how the car could really be driven. And it was like the best. Basically all the feedback I got from that event from everyone was like, this is the coolest thing ever. Can't believe they did it. Can't wait to do it again. All of that. And that was, I charged them $25,000 and it cost me $5,000 to put it on.
That's fucking sick. How did you set that pricing? Like what was
it cost me to rent the track for the day was $3,000. The ambulance was $500. So you have to have an ambulance if you're doing a private track day. I had a friend of mine do the catering for me. And they didn't charge me anything. I don't remember. And I had a bunch of guys volunteer to come do it, to come be the schleps,
pit crew or whatever.
Yeah. They were just schlepping around. They put fuel in a car. They got to hang out. They got to wear uniforms. They got to feel cool. And I always had volunteers were super easy. And then I paid $75 each for 2 pretty girls to come out and take pictures with all the guys and serve food and all of that.
You could have paid those pretty girls more, Grid.
No, the going rate was $75. I paid the going
rate. I guess that's why you have the money and I don't.
Right. Yeah. So, it just, That was like really one of the best things, man. And I if I could do that again, I'd almost do that more than just racing, right? Because the money is so good, but you have to be racing to be able to get the money. So
Because they want to go with a racer.
yeah, they talked the race car drivers' ears off. Like they were all about, oh, what do you think about my Ferrari? What do you think about I've got the new Porsche roof CTR. What do you think? This is a $400,000 car back then, like
Validate me.
a Lambo at that time was like 115 grand. And this guy's got this $400,000 Porsche, and he's like,
I mean, that's like what a pickup truck is now.
I know, right? So it was great. Bay Street Racer knows what I'm talking about. I used to put on VIP days all the time. That was one of my favorite. And we had a VIP package. When we had a driver that worked with me for a while that had been in IndyCar or Indy Lights, and he knew everybody in the IndyCar pits. I mean, he knew everybody. Super social guy. And so what we did is I hired this social media girl, Victoria something or the other, Asian girl, and she handled social media for like Stefan Papadakis and some other car guys. So she kind of knew the car scene, but she didn't know racing specifically. And what I hired her for, you're going to love this. So what I hired her for was I put her with a camera guy in a golf cart, and all they did was wrangle VIPs around Mid-Ohio for the day. And so basically she would take them to where they could see the cars go around the track the best and video them meeting IndyCar drivers. And we would put Dan in the car when Dan was available, because he was, he needed to drive too. But when Dan was available, he would get with these the VIP guys, and they would all go over to the IndyCar pits, and they'd meet like I think Will Power was was over there, and he and Dan were great friends, and just so they met all the IndyCar guys. They got to hang out with all of the flag girls, and the whole time this is all being video documented. They got this cute Asian girl talking to them about their experience and introducing them to all these people. And it's just this entire event the whole day. And they love that shit too. Like it was all about them all the time. So, and I don't even remember what I charged for that, but it was a lot. I think it was probably $25,000 or $30,000. And I was already getting paid to be there. Like I was already getting paid to be there because we were racing. So.
Well, yeah. if you've got a clientele where money's no obstacle,
right? Yeah, that's the thing. The worst is when you have the dude say, "Hey, can you drive my car around the track? What do you think of it? Was it a good buy?" Yeah, that's right. The bet I never did sponsor days. I never had to do sponsor days, but I did a lot of VIP events. VIP events are probably my favorite form of funding for my race program
because of the margin.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, so I made a bigger margin with GoPro. I went to GoPro and asked them to give me money. So we will be the GoPro team, and we'll do it for I'll do it for like 75, 80 grand, right? Like this is the best deal you're ever going to see in your life. And like, nah, we never give anybody money in motorsports. We just don't do it. Like we barely give anybody, like Sean White barely gets money from us, right? Like so they're like, we're not giving you money.
They sort of have a monopoly on that segment.
Yeah. Yeah. They're like, we don't,
is there really any solid competitor for GoPro?
There was at the time, there was a lot of stuff coming out, and there was Action Cam and Race Cam and all these other cam things coming out.
Do you have the Picatinny mount?
I do have a Picatinny mount for a GoPro. I do.
I figured. Anyways, go ahead.
I have a helmet cam that has a boom camera on it that I can like.
Do you have night vision goggles?
I don't currently, but that's only because of reasons. So
I wasn't curious about them until you said that it was because of reasons.
Yeah. So, so GoPro says, hey, we're about to launch. It was like the Hero 3 or 4. I mean, I think they're on Hero 12 now, but it's like they were launching. So the best things for me to hear when I went to somebody to ask for money was the words product release, launch, something like that, right? Because I know now that there's money in their budget that they didn't have allotted to spend anywhere specifically, because they're launching a product. They're going to be spending extra on different forms of advertising that they probably wouldn't normally. And so GoPro said, look, we won't give you any money, but what we'll do is we'll give you the ability to sell 1,000 cameras for $100 less than the launch price, which was already a good price. So the camera, I think, came out like $200 or $350, and you could buy it for like $250. I could be wrong. My memories. I mean, it's been 20 years, or 18 years, I guess. But so they were launching the camera. Nobody's not going to buy a new GoPro for $100 less. They're just not. I mean, if you want a GoPro, you're gonna buy it. So what GoPro did is they made a web page for their website that you could link to directly. They gave us now I can't think of what the fuck it's called.
Like a promo code or something.
Yeah, it's a promo. Yeah, they had a promo code, but we had the thing you use with your camera, QR code. So they had a QR code, and we had it all over the car. We had the QR code on like 3 places on the car. I hired 2 pretty hot chicks to hand out, like little cards that had the deal on it, right? The new action hero camera, whatever fucking thing, GoPro 4, whatever, 3 or 4, whichever one it was, $250. Just click this link and it takes you right to the page. So they would click the link, they go to the page, they pay their $250 or $260, whatever it was, dollars, fill out all the information, and GoPro would FedEx them out a camera or 2 cameras, however many cameras you wanted to order. So they gave us, I think it wasn't 1,000, I think it was 1,500 cameras originally. And all of that money, every $260 that was made off of those cameras went to an account for us. So the first time we did it, we went to, so we ran with IndyCar, right? So we went to, I think it was Barber. Barber was the next race. I think it was, it could have been Long Beach, but I think it was Barber. And we hired pretty girls. They're handing these things out. IndyCar paddock, we got 20, 30,000 people coming through over the course of the weekend. And and these girls just handing things out. They're taking pictures with dudes next to the cars, and all that. We sold all 1,500 cameras that weekend, basically.
And that what did you say it was like? It was
$260 each times 1,500.
So what's that?
It's a lot. It's like hang on, I can't do math in my head anymore. Too late. It's a lot. You'd think I'd know because I had to pay tax on it.
That's what I was thinking. I think because you sold them.
Yeah, no, it's been like 15 years ago. Yes, $390,000 in a week. GoPro calls us up, and we thought they were mad. Like they called us, like we get back Monday, and like we didn't have the phones on or anything. So we get back Monday into the shop. We go home. We take Tuesday off. I come back in Wednesday morning. I got emails. I barely sit down at my desk. I get a phone call from GoPro. GoPro says, "Hey, that was awesome. We were not expecting you to do that. Try and do another 1,500. We'll extend it out. We'll do another 1,500 cameras." I said, okay. So that took a little longer. That was like probably 2 weeks it took to get rid of those 1,500.
At events.
No, we weren't even at an event. We had 3 weeks.
Where
to
were
get
you
our
finding
raise.
customers from?
Oh, they're just a website.
Okay.
Yeah, just a website through the people, and we were basically, we had followers that were following the race team, and they were putting it out there. We had it all over Facebook. We had it all over wherever the fuck. And it took like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, probably 2 weeks, I think. But it was, and so I made my entire year's budget in like a month and a half. So I was happy.
Clutch.
And so about a year later, I run into, and I was too successful because the following year, GoPro became a sponsor of the series. So that was awesome. And so GoPro, so I see the rep that was, that I was working with on this. And he says, hey man, really appreciate the work you did there. That was awesome. Can't wait. Maybe, when we launch the Hero 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 or whatever it is, we'll look at using you guys again. I'm like, all right, that's cool. I'm like, I got to ask though. I mean, like, it seems like you gave us, it seems like it costs you a lot to do that. And he's like, nah, cameras are, they build in a lot of promotional giveaway cameras, right? And he's like, no, we kind of got you guys cheap. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, basically for the cost of those cameras and the lost, the slight amount of revenue that they would have made versus the launch price. For that, which the cost of the camera is like probably really, really low. They said, but for that, we got 3,000 real names, addresses. We know what kind of camera they have. When, of course, at that point, GoPro was selling software for editing and all that. And so they were like, we got, there's software stuff there. So they were looking at it from a direct marketing standpoint, right? And so they were looking at it like, yeah, okay, they gave up, $80 in profit per camera or whatever it is GoPro makes. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. They gave up $80 worth of profit, but they're going to end up with $150 or $200 worth of profit that they probably wouldn't have gotten if you just walk into Walmart and buy a Hero 4 and never send in the warranty card and never, they don't get that direct marketing from.
Do you have any feel for what it would cost to buy like a list of direct marketing?
I have no idea. I understand it's really expensive.
Yeah.
It's like stupid, especially, real customers, like real verified names and addresses.
Right. I don't know how you would even be able to get that.
Yeah. They're like, we got you so cheap. He's like, for that kind of stuff, we pay a lot of money. And I'm like, oh, that makes me feel like that makes me feel bad. But whatever, man, it paid. But there are a lot of deals like that. In racing, you just have to you constantly, well, all right. So in business, period, you constantly have to be looking and evaluating things. Like one of the partnerships that we had was with, it didn't go through, right? We had it, then we didn't have it. It's just, and you'll explain, you'll understand why in just a second. So one of the things that we worked on that I thought was a sure thing, was going to happen, and it would have been great, was a company called EMS, I think is what it's called. It's they're an ambulance company. They basically the largest ambulance company in the
EMS.
Largest ambulance company in the United States, and their spend at that point in time, and this is like 2013, maybe 2014, probably 2013. It had to be 2013. So 2013 rolls around and we need money. Always need money. I need to find $250,000 a year before I even start thinking about racing. Right. So, I'm hunting down deals. One of the deals I have is this EMS company. We have one of the drivers
Why would an ambulance company need to advertise? Their clients are
They
not.
don't. There's no
voluntary.
advertising. There's no advertising. And I didn't advertise for GoPro either, right? Like the only GoPro didn't give a shit if we had a sticker on the car or not. None of the deals I've talked about have had. We didn't even put a sticker on. They didn't care about the cars. They only care about the deal. And so AMS had one of our drivers knew the CFO of this company. And one of the line items that they had talked about, because the driver had obviously asked this guy like a million times to get the company to sponsor him, right? And the guy basically said, look, I can give you some things that might get some money sent your way, but I don't know how you're going to use it. So the driver brought it to me, and this is they had a line item from their board meeting that a corporate goal was to reduce their cost or spend on tires and batteries and something else for these ambulances. And their tire spend per year was something like $4 million in tires. Their battery spend was $2 million. And they just basically wanted to cut that cost. And so anything I
Buy bigger
saved them,
alternators.
they wanted a 5-year deal. And anything I saved them, I got whatever the amount that I saved them from that spend, I got for the first 2 years. So if I cut 2% out of $5 million, I got that money for 2 years. Okay. Whatever it was, 2%, 3%, whatever it was. So I went to first I did batteries. They were using Optima batteries. Optima was the series sponsor. I went to Optima. I said, hey, can you make this deal work? They said, yeah, we think we can. We'll see what we can do. I said, okay, great. And they came back with, I think there's $2 million in batteries that they were spending. We were able to get them just over 2%, which is their target was between like 1.8 and anything over 1.8 is what they were willing to sign a contract. Any savings over 1.8%. So we got them at 2.1, something like that. It's basically, we're going to get about $210,000 a year for 2 years out of this on the batteries. So that was good. And then we went to tires. Tires much bigger, $5-something million, whatever it was. And so we go to Pirelli thinking it was a lock. These guys are using Michelin tires. We're thinking series sponsor is Pirelli. We go to Pirelli thinking it's a lock. Pirelli's got it. Pirelli does not sell a light truck tire to fit the ambulance in this country. So they're obviously not going to ship tires in from fucking Europe every time they want tires. That sucked. that was a suck. But so then we went to one of our a person who competed in this series who runs a tire distributor, and she has a bunch of brands to choose from. And so we went to him and said, "Hey, look, I can't give you any real money. I'll pay you a fee a finder fee if you can connect me with somebody, but I'm not, I can't put you in on the deal. There's just not enough meat on the bone for me." So he put us in touch with Bridgestone, BFG, and somebody else. Basically, all the competitors to Michelin on the over-the-road tires. My memory's a little fuzzy on it, but as I recall, it was Bridgestone was going to sell us their light truck, or basically it's on almost over-the-road tire for the tires that they felt like would work best on the ambulance or ambulances. They were going to sell us those, using the information that we had given them. They came in at right around 2.5%, 3% savings. That's not $5 million, man. It's like $500,000 bucks.
Right, that's not nothing.
Yeah, that's not nothing, man. It sounds like, well, that's 3%. That's $500,000, brother.
Sir, I worked in banking in like the 2010 to 2000. You know, like I know little margins.
Yeah, this is like
I
this
hear
is
rates now, and it's like, what the fuck?
right. So, so I think Bridgestone came in best. They was like 2.5%, something like that. Then I think BF Goodrich, not BF Goodrich, Goodyear had a light truck tire. It was very comparable to the Michelin. It was something, you know, that they came in and right about, I want to say 2, something like that. It was pretty good. And we took it to them. They ran it up and down the ladder 4 different ways, and the whole deal unraveled because they had without telling me, I did not know this. They had a contract with AutoZone to provide the batteries. And when Optima found out, they wouldn't honor their deal because AutoZone sells their batteries and they're one of their biggest retailers. And so that just died right there. This is done. So, yeah. So that killed the whole deal. Without one, I couldn't get the other. So basically, that was about 750 grand a year for 2 years. So about $1.5 million that I would have done. That I honestly didn't have to do anything for, but make the deal. Right.
Deals are good shit.
Yeah.
I need your opinion on something.
Yeah, man.
This is a Protect Godson.
Uh-huh.
The Protect Godfather is an inch longer. Should I return this and get the same thing that's an inch longer?
No, you keep that one and you get the other one.
Well, okay, touche. We're gonna need to drum up some money.
I mean, I have a massive knife collection, and I'm a big out the front and automatic knife guy.
I had a good knife collection, and then
I
the
know
cops took it, right?
Yeah,
and that's how you really know that it's about the money, because okay, you can justify taking the guns, you can justify taking the ammo, you can't justify taking knives.
Yeah, dangerous weapons.
No, it's totally legal. It's all totally legal to own. They just wanted to, and my cash didn't even make it into evidence. Thank you.
Oh man, you gotta hate it when your local drug dealer gets shaken down for all of his cash.
They shook me down. You know what? The cops are part of the drug ecosystem too. If it weren't for us, then they would be out of a job. So
there you go.
They pretend like they're not part of it, but they are.
Yeah, Mullet Baby 01 says Grit is right. It is the contracts. My employer spent $100 million for 2 F1 events, one in Miami, one in Vegas. They're also the official sponsor of F1 Ferrari, valued at nearly $55 million. Yeah.
I assume that you want to hear about the N-word drama.
Yeah. What's up?
I
with
mentioned
that,
that, and you're like, "Let me give you a link."
Well, it was funny. All right, let me back up for a minute, man. So here's the thing. So it seems like a lot of people that I had kind of like, I don't take seriously streaming. All of a sudden are involved in mass amounts of drama, and I don't understand the drama, and I don't pay enough attention to drama to know. So I'm like, you were the biggest, most gleeful drama queen when Furby got banned. Yeah, why would I not? I wasn't drama queen. It was just
you're polishing your halo about not being into drama.
I only from Sarah's, and only because literally it was funny as fuck. That it just the way it happened. Just the way it happened. Sarah was trying so hard to not ban the Furby. She was just like, and finally it was just like, fuck it. You're gone. And I was just like, ha ha.
Oh yeah, you were fucking scrolling in. It was you were the funniest part of that, I thought.
Mr. Boulay, Furby got banned from Sarah the Raging Tomato about a month ago, I think. And I happened to be in the crowd that night. Sarah just had enough of Furby's spurgy shit and said, "Get the fuck out."
It was the defiance, right?
It
Furby's
really,
got a-
well, it was the I'm not going to. I've heard you say that I should stop talking, but I'm not going to stop talking.
Yeah.
You know, that's I think what it was really.
Yeah, Furby's got like, and I'm a defiant person, right? I think everybody on YouTube is a bit of a cluster B personality disorder, but god damn, Furby's like out of control. I swear to God, I actually believe that if trans wasn't counterculture, like if there was no edge value to being trans, I don't think the Furby would be trans.
No.
I think that Furby pursues adversarial dynamics that much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we would have called him a drama queen back in the day, but you know, it's just not really fitting now. And then the Mel stuff, like I saw Resto was I saw something about Resto the other day. He was on somebody's show or something, I don't know. And then Mel's back, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why is Mel back?
Mel, I don't think Mel is back. From what I heard, and I didn't see any of it because it's behind a paywall, and I feel like the Mel drama is kind of played out. But Mel was going over to this spot in the this channel in the beef sector, and to do a finally the truth is being revealed thing,
right. That's what that's what I was worried about. I was like, what truth? We all watched it happen live.
From what I heard, she doxed Resto and but still didn't wasn't able to get her bullshit off past the host. I don't think that it went really well for anybody except for maybe the host of that channel. But it's the beef sector. I don't know what anybody was thinking. That's where Resto's been spending a lot of his time lately. And
I see.
You know, it's a lot of outrage, right? But so apparently months ago, while he was watching my stream, he heard me say the N-word.
Resto did?
Yes.
I'm sure you did at some point.
I did, for sure. Yeah. I don't say it because I have self-awareness and courtesy and shit. You know, like I just don't want the headache. But I believe that my orientation towards that word was taken as fear instead of me extending courtesy. And so night or two ago, I was having panels, getting kind of rowdy and whatever. And at some point, Resto goes, "I heard you say it," right? He brings it up like his leverage. And he's like, "I screen recorded it," right? And so I full screened myself and I put on my FBI hat and I did it again. And I think he pulled a power play and it blew up in his face because he misinterpreted the nature of me, right?
Yeah.
And he's having trouble taking the L. But it's just become this stupid thing. At the time, I had no idea that he was upset. He laughed it off and hung around. It was no thing. Then the next day, I guess he did a stream about some other things, and it came up in the stream. And so by the time I learn about it, it's already onto a whole nother panel at Orthodox Guys, and they're up there talking about, oh, I said it. So it's stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, it's interesting. I'm gonna have to explain the base street racer, you know, all the drama around Jess and Are We Not Men.
Are you ready? Are we doing it now?
No, I've got to do it another time. But
why?
I did go after them pretty hard. I have the receipt.
You might not have another time. You're old. I'm aging.
I'm pretty good. I got to get up and go fishing in the morning, so I can't stay online all night like you.
That's crap.
So
I can't tell a story because I have to go do recreation tomorrow.
That's right. I can't tell it. Well, it's a long ass story. Like there are layers, man. But yeah, BSR, he was off the internet for a while. I had made an assumption, not in evidence, which I hope that I've corrected with BSR, that it had to do with Jess and you know, supposed dick pics and things like that. But Jess is actually like I don't know what the tactic is now, but they have been, when they see me on another stream, they don't actually they don't really talk that much, but they'll basically just say, hello, and that's it. Like, it's really interesting to me. Probably the only one that's interesting too.
Well, they burned a lot of bridges in a hurry, like really fast.
Well, they burned. Apparently, they did. I mean, like a lot. Like,
yeah.
Like I don't think there was any panel that Jess could go on.
I mean, she's not banned from mine, but Are We Not Men is, right? And so as long as she's like it's a prerequisite that he be allowed to go anywhere, else she doesn't go apparently. So, when they raided me that last time, I was gracious. I thanked him. I allowed Are We Not Men to stay for that with his. He's got so many alts, right? He had a new alt there, and I said, I'll let you hang out. Thanks for the raid. And then after the stream was over, I banned his other alt because, I appreciate the gesture. He's a complete piece of shit still, and kissing ass and playing nice doesn't change that. Never will.
Right. Well, it is interesting, the whole deal, and I think their biggest miscalculation was coming into my chat while I was live and talking shit. If she had taken the time to like DM me about it and be like, oh, all right, now I'm gonna have to tell a story. Nobody knows what the fuck's going on. All right, look, guys, it's story time. Okay.
But I'm gonna make Flo happy. Don't you have to go fishing?
I'm gonna burn through this and I'm gonna make Flo. I want to keep Flo happy. He's a good guy, so let's just do that. All right. So here's the deal. All right. So I've never had a problem with Jess White, but I don't particularly like her that much either. And
that's the savagery right there.
What?
That's the savagery right there.
What is that?
It's just, I don't know. It's just funny. Most people are not so nonchalantly like just dismissive of somebody who's not, for no reason.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Because most people are pussies. I get it. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So the story starts really, Are We Not Men on my channel came to me and asked me for money. As a moderator. I put him in as mod. He wanted to be top mod, but I told him Mr. Boulay was top mod. It pissed him off so bad that he was not top mod, that he just, he was just a whiny little bitch about it. Then he came to me and said, hey, can I have, how about a little something for your top mod? He was not actually a top mod. And he acted like he really needed money. So I sent him a few bucks, I'm not a complete asshole. I sent him a few bucks. I thought it was a one-time thing. No big deal. A few weeks later, same thing happens again. I ignore him. A couple weeks later, he asked me again for money and I ignored it. And then finally, it all comes to a head. I'm on Jake Viopod's podcast, or his show. While Are We Not Men is in my Discord raising hell about if I keep platforming people that Andrew doesn't like, there's going to be consequences with the Crucible. And he basically,
who was he referring to?
Imperious.
Okay.
And there's somebody else that Andrew just doesn't get along with, doesn't like, and considers a pain in the dick, right? And I think maybe it was even you at that point.
If you could only if between Are We Not Men and Imperious, if only one of them could be eaten by fire ants, which one would you choose? It's rough, isn't it?
It's a rough one. I'll get back to you. So, and then I come to find out, so in the middle of all this, I come to find out that nobody's paying mods except for Glenn. And the only reason Glenn's doing it is because he's in the industry, and to him, that's normal, right? You pay people that help you. So he's in the video industry, and he's used to being paid.
He's a nice guy. Let's call it what it is.
And he is also a nice guy. And again, I think Are We Not Men came at him as, hey, I need extra money. I got bills to pay. I'm not making that much, whatever it is. Anyway. So, right around this time, I had already started hearing rumors, but I hear from a couple of different people that Are We Not Men is timing out women for no reason. Also, this whole time I've been having a problem. I've been having problems with just another Canadian, Jack, and who just who loses his mind about Are We Not Men, timing him out, and Are We Not Men would literally just time him out for the fuck of it.
Yeah,
and
he does that to lots of people.
Right, yeah, and so he just power drunk bullshit, and I told Are We Not Men not to do it, and he would do it, and he was like, it's no big deal. I only timed him out for whatever, and I'm like, no, dude, you can't do that, right? Like that we can't. That first of all, it disrupts my fucking show when he's over there spurging in the chat, and I'm trying to talk about something. So that was a problem. But beyond that, I also found out that he was rude and timing out the females on the show that were not doing anything. They weren't being degenerate. And if they were being funny about it. And, Lady Di, or D-I-I, whatever, however you say it, had told me that she would not come back. She told Glenn the same thing. You would not come back as long as Are We Not Men was a moderator on the channel. Because he's that big an asshole. So I demodded him. I'm skipping something. So while I was live on VOPod, I asked Andrew, I have someone who claims to represent the Crucible telling me that if I keep platforming people that you don't like, if I have people on my show that you don't like, that, there'll be consequences and I could get thrown out of the Crucible, for example, or whatever. And Andrew's like, no, you're a grown ass man. I would never tell a grown ass man who he can have on his channel. Now, I may not come there while they're there, but Mr. E doesn't like it, so he might not recommend, rating us or whatever. And the whole time this is happening, Are We Not Men is going fucking rabid in my Discord. Calling me 4 different kinds of motherfucker. I'm going to pay. I'm going to find out. He's going to fuck me up. All this shit. Whatever. So he had blocked me when I told him to fuck off because I wasn't going to. He can't tell me who to platform. It's my channel. And at that point in time, look, in fairness, at that point in time, Imperius, when he came to my channel, was being very even keeled. We had good conversations. He didn't really harass. I mean, he would make some sexist remarks, but that was okay. The girls just gave him back twice as much as they got from him. And it was really funny. So understand that I didn't have any reason to not platform Imperius other than that he didn't like Andrew. Now, once Imperius went nutballs and started talking about, that he was going to, do bad shit to.
He says a lot of vile
Rachel.
shit.
Yeah, he said a lot of vile shit. Once he went off the fucking deep end, that was the end of it, right?
That's what I finally ended up getting rid of JAC over. He put a post with some vile fucking shit to the Wilsons.
Yeah, same deal.
Like, yeah, it's wild. Like that. I'm not responsible for defending them, but some of that shit's just too much. Yeah. Like you got to get back in line.
Right. Look, I could put up with some sexist comments here and there and all that kind of stuff, but you got to go away. So the same thing happened with Jack. I was cool with Jack. I was trying to help Jack through his psychological fucked up problems. And somewhere he starts calling Glenn and Andrew and myself pedophiles because he fucked up and ruined his kid's Christmas.
Right? I haven't been called a pedo, but I have been told that I weaponize his children. So I don't know. It doesn't even make fucking sense.
Yeah. Right. So both of those guys are gone now. I mean, I haven't blocked Imperius, but I blocked Jack, and I don't. That's a big thing for the show. And I don't. And if Jack turns up in a chat, I just block him. I can't see what he says on any channel, right? Because why would I want to do that? He's irrelevant to me.
He's better than Imperius, though.
He is.
in my opinion.
It's the same as Imperial. But anyway, so at that point in time, I had no reason to not deplatform those guys, not have them up on the show from time to time and talk with them in a civil manner. But again, once they went off the deep end, they got to go, and that's what happened. That's my choice. So at this point, I had demodded Are We Not Men. I didn't ban him. I just demodded him. I told him to go fuck himself, and he kind of just went away. And every now and again, he would come in and he'd say, why don't I have a neck? I feel like I got kind of a long neck, to be honest with you.
It's a very nice neck grid. I don't know what he's probably just jealous of his because
I think it's a jawline. I think he doesn't have a jawline, so
everything about Imperius is completely contrived and made up, right? So
yeah,
he might not
have. I'm talking about Are We Not Men? But
okay,
but,
Are We Not Men? Have you seen him? I haven't seen him.
I've heard that he's really fucking tall. I think Glenn has met him, and apparently Are We Not Men's like really fucking.
I thought he was Australian.
No, he's in LA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's like he's way too close to be talking shit.
I had no idea. I thought that he was Australian for some reason.
No.
He probably promoted that shit because he's too close to be talking shit. You can touch California.
Yeah. So back to the story. All right. So all that goes down, and I don't hear anything from Are We Not Men, but then all of a sudden, about a month ago, 2 months ago, he pops up and he starts, coming into my chat and just being a pain in the ass. He gets kicked a lot. Then he would, like, I was on Sarah's one night. It was so funny because I was over on Sarah's and I was up on panel, and Are We Not Men was doing the same thing. Well, why does Grid not have a neck or whatever bullshit. And he and Naomi got tired of it. He said something smart to Naomi, and Naomi was just timing his ass out. Like every time he'd open his mouth, every time he'd type anything, she'd time his ass out just like that. I thought it was funny as fuck. So, and he was like raging because he thought it was me. I didn't do shit. So and look, there's more to this, right? Like, Are We Not Men is this really weird aggression deal where he wants to think he's a badass, but he also wants approval. And so
right.
I was prepping Glenn one time. I was prepping Glenn one time for a debate against Ben Thorpe. And
I remember that shit. I tried to prep him too. I don't know.
Yeah,
frustrating.
Yeah, I gave him like a pretty winning strategy. And Are We Not Men's like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. And I'm like, all right, fuck it. I'm not going to help then, whatever. Just, Are We Not Men? You're going to lose this fucking debate for Glenn because you're a dumbass and you're a dumb motherfucker. And I just don't want to talk to you. And he called me back, through Discord, and he's like, I don't know why you're so mad and all this bullshit. And I was like, look, dude, just, you're a dick. So, whatever. And I kind of let it slide. But again, all this stuff happens. So somehow he gets to be the moderator at Rob Noor's. And
I don't know why Andrew hasn't told him. I would think that Andrew would have because Are We Not Men just sort of follows around the Crucible crew and then parasites off it. Is the impression I've got.
But he's not a member of the Crucible crew.
I mean, I don't.
He really is not
roster or.
Yeah, so he's not really a member of the Crucible crew. He wants to be associated with it, and he wants to act like. And we'll get back to that in a second. But so timeline here. So all of a sudden he pops up over at Noor's, and I tell EOD, I'm like, dude, he's a bad deal. I basically kicked his ass out, and he's going to end up asking Rob for money. Now, what he did to Glenn was worse. I'll let Glenn tell the whole story, but basically Glenn was paying it. And then Glenn, obviously he had accidents. He was in a hospital. He had shit going on, and he wasn't really making that much money. And Are We Not Men literally had the balls to ask for money. That's a big set. I'm gonna be honest with you. And Glenn, and in the middle of that was when and he was also telling Glenn who to platform, that he couldn't have Imperius on, he couldn't have Ben Thorpe on. I also was, I was platforming Ben Thorpe every once in a while. He's been on my show like twice, I think. And, all of this stuff. And, again, Are We Not Men is just basically, being a dick. So Glenn fired him basically. But I mean, there was a lot to it. So Are We Not Men went after Siege D. Siege D, I don't know if you remember him, but that kid, he's got a lot of he's got some.
Where has he? I guess is that why I haven't seen him around in a minute?
Yeah, I don't know where he is now, but he's like really he's got a lot of anxiety and like kind of some mental problems. He's a super nice kid and he means well and all that. And Are We Not Men would just go after Siege D. And Siege D quit a couple of times over Are We Not Men, and that's kind of the start of the downfall with Glenn. And so Glenn cut him off over basically same thing I did. Now I gotta say, we had the receipts of all this, right? Like Are We Not Men would do this thing where he would delete. So he would block you on Discord and then he would delete all the conversations. So thinking that you wouldn't be able to prove anything that he said. But the problem is that like Glenn keeps receipts of everything. And then I had sent the copies of where he was threatening me with, the Crucible stuff to Glenn, and I think I sent it to Mr. E as well. And so, that's still out there. That's floating around. I could look it up.
Do you still have it?
I think so. I'd have to go back through the Discords to Glenn, which is, months of them. But
yeah, you should send it to me sometime. You don't have to do it now, but
yeah.
Actually, you should do it tonight. It'd be great content.
No. And so, and Glenn has all of it too. And Glenn has way more. Like Glenn's got a lot. So, I hope Siege D is doing good. I kind of miss having that guy around. But Are We Not Men was a big problem for Siege D as well. And he's just a bad guy. He's just not a good guy. Yeah. And he has this weird. So like I have standards for women, right? Like I'm a patriarchal guy. Flo and I probably don't agree on a lot of the way that I think women should be treated. We probably agree on how they should be treated. We probably agree on how they should be treated, just not the why.
My
of how
personal life and my prescription for society is different.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that people should pursue the relationships they want, how they want.
Sure.
I prefer traditional shit for myself. That doesn't mean that I would impose it on others.
Then maybe this. So I'm a patriarchal person. But I can listen to a degenerate and talk like Kel. Kel's a perfect example. Nobody in a million years would think that I would platform Kel as much as I do. I got her on whatever. She was on whatever last night, right?
Somebody needs to put Adderall on that girl, and then she'll be great.
No, she's awesome, man. She did well.
I like her.
Did you watch her last night? Did you watch her last night?
I didn't. No.
Oh, she was great. Yeah. So for the first part, I didn't watch the second part. All right, so
maybe I'll check that out. Yeah, I'll pull it up in tab because
so and we helped her out this morning because she had a rough day yesterday, right? So
sounds like it. How the fuck do you break an axle?
I don't know. And she couldn't say. She said there was a problem with the axle. It could be a CV joint. It could be whatever. We don't know. So
the flux capacitor could have gone out.
Yeah, whatever. So she basically, ended up taking this massively expensive fucking Uber, man. $400. You know how many women would have? You know how many people, period, would have literally just not gone? Would have called Brian up and been like, "Hey, dude, I ain't making it."
Probably me.
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, a lot of dudes, but she toughed it out, man. She did it. So that was awesome. And we collected some money for her today. And and I've it's been good. So
yeah. Did she get a decent little amount?
yeah, I think we've collected with what everybody gave tonight. We've collected at least enough. I know she said earlier that we collected enough to pay for the mostly pay for the Uber, and probably going to be part at least probably most of the train ticket home. She took a train from Santa Barbara back to San Diego.
Where's the link?
She's got hang on. So she only has Cash App, so
that's preferred.
There it is. I thought I just sent it. Did I not? There we go.
Sweet.
All right. So $5 comes in from K2 Keep On Trucking. Kel needs more Adderall. Grid 1, maybe something else. Yeah. I don't know. I think she's pretty even, honestly.
I think that her worldview, her thoughts are even, right? She seems fairly balanced, even for a young girl from California.
You should have seen her last night. There was this girl, this liberal, just Quasimodo chick.
I heard you say it was a pretty ratchet panel.
It was fucking horrible. But and literally she's sitting next to this chick that outweighs both of us. And Kel's like,
that's a good time right there.
Huh?
That's a good time right there.
Yeah.
Katie knows I like the fatties.
Oh, that's sweet, man.
K Squared Keep On Trucking donated $50.
That's
Super
awesome.
chat for Kel.
She'll appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so whoever was in chair 2, and by the way, I don't know what chairs Brian has, but those are legit chairs. Because I'm telling you, they were tested. They were tested last night, brother. And so Kel was really based. Honestly, she called and she was like, I learned it because I came on your show and watched the debates and all of that. And she's like, I heard this girl moving the goalpost, pivoting, like all of the things, and she was calling her on it. It was awesome. So Kel did a great job.
Where did you find her from again?
So Admiral Gibbs, he's got
a debate channel.
Yeah, he's another debate channel, and he's on Twitch. And so he's trying to create a debate group that's like really competent, so that we can like kind of go against the DGG and the WIC panel guys, So and we do need some people that lean left, I guess, or he does. I don't know that I do. $20. That'll trigger TTS right there.
Seriously, Shelby donated $20. Super chat for Kel. The blue whale surprisingly didn't break the chair.
That chick was fucking huge. So anyway, so the thing with Are We Not Men and Jess, so I'd actually kind of forgotten. Now you're totally cool, K2. Keep on trucking. What I'll send it over. No big deal. I have her Cash App, so, and my Cash App comes up as Grid 1, so you would volunteer because I hate Destiny, but I'm working on a project. That's totally cool. Yeah, but it's but at any rate, so the thing with Are We Not Men, I'd kind of forgotten about Are We Not Men until he popped up on Rob Noor's, and then the next thing I know, he's the top mod over at Jess's channel. Now, he got rid of all of the other mods, including Mr. Boulay, who, by the way, is a great mod. Mr. Boulay is absolutely the mod you want on your channel. If you want any mods at all, he's the guy. And basically,
good to know.
Yeah, he's a solid mod, and that's why he is the top mod on this channel. It's him and Michelle are the two top mods. And so he let Are We Not Men got rid of all the mods, all of them, like no reason, just canned them all. So I'm not really sure what's going on over there. I haven't really been over there, but what their strategy is they go to Rob Noor's channel, or Jess does, and she super chats Rob, and then when he ends his stream, Are We Not Men says, well, so, we'll just raid Jess. She's live. So she gets raided by Rob Noor's crowd. The problem is that I don't think that she's able to maintain the crowd, which is something I've been talking a lot about lately. One of the big secrets is if somebody raids you is maintaining the raid, right? Is being interesting enough, and keeping it going so that people just stay. And you're going to lose some because they're not here for you; they were here for whoever raided you. But like Andrew raided me about 2 weeks ago with like 3,000 people or something, and right out of the gate, 800 of them were gone. Like they're just fucking gone, and so the
that motherfucker hasn't raided me in a hot minute.
Yeah, he's on later and later, so you should be getting him.
I should be getting him. That's right. I reminded him.
So, TVT, this is what you would think, right? But Jess has said that Are We Not Men is in charge of the channel completely.
She told me, and this, because I talked to her privately. Like I said, I don't like Are We Not Men. I don't care though. I don't have to like everybody. Just he likes to time people out, and I'm not gonna show up if I get timed out, just arbitrarily. Yeah. And so she worked it out. She gave me a wrench. She talked to him. Like the next time I talk to her, my wrench is gone. He's got a wrench, and she says if he's allowed, if he times out, he's only allowed to do it for 60 seconds. And I said,
why the fuck would you do that?
I said, no, the fuck he's not. And I unsubscribed and just didn't go back. And I did it silently, but then she showed up here like 2 days later. So
give me 1 second.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, so at any rate, so the whole thing with Are We Not Men and all of that, has come to a head because they came into my all right. So now, before I knew, well, I kind of knew that Are We Not Men was the mod over there, but I didn't care. I don't give a fuck. I give a shit less about Jess's channel, right? It's irrelevant to me. So the next thing that happens is I'm on VOPod's podcast, and we're talking like we are now. And Jess is there, and Glenn is there, and somebody else is. I think Orthodox Bro or whatever his name is was there, and we're just talking. And I'm talking to Jake about how I'm changing my channel. And how I'm, or not changing my channel exactly, but changing, like I'm doing the debate stream now, which has turned out to be really good. It needs to grow a little more, but I'm trying to figure out how to do that. My chill streams are going pretty well. I'm not getting the numbers that I think I should be getting, especially since, in November they were way higher, but now they're not as high as they should be. That's okay. And she just kept talking about drama. And if I had drama, and then she would say, well, what do you want? What are you trying to do? And I would start saying, well, this is what I'm going to do. This is where I'm at. And I would get like the fifth word in, and she would just start talking over me. And you know how I hate that flow. You know, it just doesn't do it for me. And so it's like over and over and over and over again. Finally, I'm like, shut the fuck up. I'm talking. And she started getting on her little, bitch horse. And I was
Not the
like,
bitch horse.
the bitch horse. And I'm like, fuck, I don't fucking need, and I'm like, look, I'm trying to explain it.
I don't
You
need
asked
this.
me a
I
question.
deserve better. You should treat me like a Kang. Is that what you?
It was more like, hey, look, I don't care what you think. I'm doing stuff here. And, I got a lot of, I know what direction I'm going. I don't do drama. I'm not a drama channel, and I don't give a shit about drama. If I want drama, I go to Flow States. Flow States always got drama.
I got
for me.
you.
You
It's
had Jack Talcott the other night was fucking great.
I'm gonna have to start charging people cover to get drama out of me.
You should totally have restricted streams. But
I do bring high quality drama because I don't like
You do.
fucking stupid contrived drama like this inward thing. It's way too forced.
Yeah, I don't like contrived drama either. And so I was, and finally she's on her like little weird wild bitch horse, like got her back up or whatever you say. And she's like, if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. You don't have to leave. And I'm like, you're right. I don't like it. I don't have to be here. I am going to leave. And I just fucking left. And VO Pod's like, what the fuck? And he was trying to be really nice to her for some reason. I don't know why. And Glenn's like, she said something to Glenn, and Glenn's like, well, you did literally talk over him every single time he tried to talk, and he hates that. Like, everybody knows that Grid doesn't like it when you talk over him. Because I'll sit there, I'll take it for a little while. I'll sit there, I'll shut up and let you talk. But eventually I'm going to get tired. I'm going to tell you, shut the fuck up. And then if you get all pissy about it, then and the thing is, I didn't want him. I wasn't there to do drama. I wasn't there to for any of this bullshit. I just wanted to talk to Jake about the show and stuff. And so then on my stream I made a comment about how I don't watch her content. I don't give a shit. To me, her show's boring. I've never been on her show where it was worthwhile to be on her show.
That's ruthless.
Well, I mean, it was true though, right? Like, there's no point, there's no conversation that's happening. There's no point to being there, right? And so, I said that. I just said exactly what I mean. And she then came in and said, "Hey, I heard you talking about my channel." I'm like, "Yeah, I think your channel's boring. I don't want to go there." And she's like, "Oh, okay."
See, this is the good drama. This is where you get the deluge from. You should teach Resto. You should teach Resto how to have good drama, because that motherfucker's desperate for drama, but his shit is trash.
Yeah. So I said, look, I don't have anything against you. I just don't go to your channel. It's boring. It's not the kind of stuff I watch. I'm not going to go there. And okay, that's fair. And then she made some snide comments, and then Are We Not Men came in my channel, and he was making some snide comments, and being he was being a dick, and finally I'm like, just whatever, guys. I mean, you're fucking losers. And at that point, and I'm like, look, I've got the receipts. I know, Are We Not Men? You're a piece of shit. Jess, you're a bigger piece of shit, because you're literally like living with a dude, asking for dick pics from other dudes. Like, that's the shittiest possible thing, right? Like, that's fucked up, especially when you're trying to be trad or based or whatever the fuck she's trying to be.
She's just trying to play to that niche.
Yeah, she's trying to play to a niche, but at the same time, she's like, she's got poor Charles Darwin over here, gets his ass drunk, and is like, well, you haven't sent me dick pics or whatever the fuck she said. That was,
oh my God, that shit's so funny.
Like, it was like the cringiest thing I've ever seen.
I wish that I had recorded. Like, I was busy when it was going on, and I was late for something, and I didn't have time to get more, and I wish that I had just fucked off whatever I had going on because it was so funny.
And and look, Darwin's not the only one. And there was like a whole, like, Glenn calls me up one day back in like September, August, maybe. I don't know. It was hot. He calls me about a year ago and he's like, "Hey, there's a problem with Jess. She might try and move over here. Her dude found out that, that she'd been trading nudes with some dude online. And her dude found out about it and is kicking her ass out or whatever. I guess they were fighting and she was going to move to the US and wanted Glenn to help her, and Glenn was going to help her. Glenn's a good enough friend. I can't say enough good things about Glenn Lawrence. Glenn Lawrence was a good enough friend to somebody he had never fucking met to take her side initially until he found out and really dug down and figured out that she was the one that was asking for dick pics and sending nudes.
I'm going to push back on your assessment here. I think that Glenn has passed the good friend line and has moved into recklessly agreeable with that shit. She got how many kids?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. But he wasn't having her move in with him. He was just trying to get her to like move to the States somewhere. Anyway. He was going to help, but even then, he's like, I don't even know how to help her. He's like, I can't afford any of that shit, and I can't ask anybody to put money into it because why would I? And but anyway, so and the thing is there's receipts of all of this. Like there's so many pages of Discord conversations and everything else, right?
And I want that.
I know you do. I know you do. If I had it,
you have it.
Owned it.
You have it.
I would.
You have it. It's right there. It's literally right there.
And anyway, so I can't believe somebody that does this stuff starts drama with anybody. Like, why would you do that? Like, why? Why would you do that? That is
as her or as him.
Either. If you were Are We Not Men, and you know that the woman that you are like
leeching off of,
why
would you sabotage why would you shit upstream?
Why also Are We Not Men supposed to? Oh yeah, I'm getting to the why would you, if you claim to be Are We Not Men and you are orthodox and you're a badass and you trad and you give all these other women shit for being bitches and sluts and stuff, why are you okay with a chick who literally asked for dick pics? Ask.
Because dudes who are like that are not, like, they try to claim moral high ground while being actual pieces of shit. That's what that is.
Yeah.
They're not.
So
it's not about disapproving of sluttiness. It's about being envious that they got passed over by the sluts.
Yeah. And now we get into the last part of it, right? So then, and this is where this kind of wraps up. So while they're on my live chat, trying to take shots at me, I'm in the middle of a show, which, by the way, that if you want to take shots at me, that's fine. You do it in the middle of one of my shows, it's going to really piss me off. And Glenn was on, and I shut down the stream. I ended the stream. Hey, everybody, go home. Whatever. Get off my lawn. Glenn and I are still sitting here like you and I are talking right now. We're just not live. Are We Not Men calls Glenn. Glenn puts it on speakerphone. Are We Not Men is fucking going insane about these receipts that we have. He wants to know what receipts we actually, what we still have and what we're going to do with them and all of this shit. And then he starts threatening Glenn. And Glenn's like, you won't say any of that shit to my face. I'll put $1,000. I have $1,000 cash that says you will not say anything you just said to my face. My knowledge, that has not happened. He has not collected $1,000. He's not passed go. He is not in the hospital. So, yeah.
Yeah. People, it turns out a lot of people on the internet are e-thugs and not really about it.
Yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. So, so that was a special moment, right? Because, Are We Not Men? I'm sitting there listening to the whole thing. Are We Not Men doesn't know that Glenn is still live with me in the back chat. That I'm listening to the whole thing. That he's absolutely scared to death that we're going to release these receipts that we have for all of the shit, which is okay. That's fine. I don't actually keep a lot of receipts. I don't record my phone calls. I don't record a bunch of shit. I don't. I'm just not that guy. And then and there was one more thing. It'll come back to me in a second, but you can't make this shit up, right? Like, this is just insane. Oh, I tell you what. So Wicked Wally has this girl on his show called Eternal, who I call Eternal Thought, because she dresses like a thought on the show. Now, I have come to understand that.
Oh, Wally. You're talking about what's her name?
Wicked Wally.
Yeah.
I have come to understand that this is a bit that these two are doing, and I don't think that she's actually a thought. But go ahead.
How do you where are we drawing the line between thought and no thought?
It's just the way she dresses, right? Like, she dresses like a skank for the show, I think. I don't think that this is like her real personality. I think it's something she does for the show. Could be. I don't know. She's Australian. I don't know. Whatever. It's irrelevant to me whether she is or not. I'm just saying it just seems to me like she's probably not. So Jess is in Wally's stream one night asking Eternal all kinds of questions about where she is, what her kind of basically asking her what her real name is and all of this other stuff, because Jess stated, this is not a guess, this is what she said, is that she wants to report Eternal to Australian CPS for dressing like she does around her kids.
Does she dress like that around her kids? First of all, that's shitty. Full stop. Second of all, though, does she dress? I've never seen her kids around while she's dressed like that.
Right. Well, I think in one of the, I don't know if it was on VK or if it was on Wally's, but I think one of the kids came out while she was filming to like ask mommy something, right? So I don't know, but that's bullshit. I mean, that is the lowest of low people. Lowest.
Yeah. Yes. People who call CPS is straight scum.
Lowest.
Yeah. You're attacking children because you're mad at the parent.
Yeah. So at that point, I decided that the best possible thing that Jess White and Are We Not Men can do is stay the fuck away from me. Because if they continue, which they have not, but if they do, if they continue to escalate, if they want to keep pushing me, I'm going to gather all the receipts. I'm going to make a nice video and put it out there for people to download 24/7. Because
that's why you're not giving me that fucking conversation. You're like, I don't have it. Yes, you do, motherfucker.
Which guy? Which guy only a Mr. Bill? I'm not sure. Jess White is the one that wants to dox this poor girl. So, which is bullshit. Like, look, even if it was the case that Eternal's kids saw her dress scantily, they're her kids, not ours.
And Um,
Are we not men? He claims to be a conservative. He complains to be an Orthodox Christian. He claims to be a lot of things that I don't think he is.
Like so many people, he uses religion to Trojan horse his malice at people.
Yeah, I believe that's true. That's true. Yeah, I think that's true. So, so there you have it, Flo. There's everything that
Everything
you
except
know.
for the receipts of the conversation. I'm gonna hit up Glenn. Glenn will give it to me. He's too nice.
Glenn
to
will
say
give it to you. Yeah.
All right. Well, are you going fishing then? Might be. Is it time for you to?
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. I can still get up at 4:30. I'll go back to bed at 10:30, but I don't have anything to do tomorrow. So, I have zero responsibilities tomorrow, as far as I know. But yeah,
It's a good way to be.
Yeah, Mr. Mister, he thinks he's a tradcon Orthodox super dude, but he is not at all.
Yeah. It's just a prerequisite to get into the club, right? It's like,
yeah. Well, again, I think the reason they're really not messing around with me is because I have the receipts and I will use them. I've proven over and over again that I don't give a fuck. I will put this shit right out here on the internet for all to see. I will do it. I don't care.
let me have that shit. Let me do what I do. Let me do what I do. I'll do your dirty work. You can watch the world burn from your fishing boat. Slutty Gorilla Biscuits. I was not saying that Orthodox Christians have to be assholes. I was saying that people use religion to justify being dicks to people, like all denominations. It's not.
Yeah. The algorithm brought you here, Charlie Cruz. What's going on? Well, I'm about to end my stream. I'm going to send everybody over to Flo's because I'm cool like that.
He is cool like that.
And it's we were talking about some drama that has that Flo had kind of not really. He hasn't been able to keep up to date with. But now I think he knows where we're at. I'm pretty sure. And
got everything except for that conversation.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome to ask Glenn. So
I'll find him.
Yeah.
Also, you sent it to Mr. E as well. Maybe I'll talk to Mr. E too.
Yeah, I think I sent it to Mr. E.
Mr. E is a good records keeper, I've noticed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mr. E, and Mr. E, see, I can't believe that. I know that Are We Not Men has been banned at least once from. I think he's been banned at least once from the Crucible for bullshit, and maybe twice. And if that's like I said, it's Flo, throw the link to your thing in the back chat, would you?
Yeah, yay. My OnlyFans?
No, sir.
All right. I'll just hit up your DMs in Discord.
There you go. Then Flo will raid Jess. It would be hilarious if he did, because
to do what?
If you rated Jess, because everybody would tear her apart now. They're primed. They're primed. Like everybody's like, argh. Yeah. All right. I invited Brian from whatever to come on. He hit me up a few minutes ago, but he must be asleep or some shit. That or he's out, or I think he might have a girlfriend now. But
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What does she rate herself?
Who knows? Dude, I'm not asking. Why would I get questions like that?
I mean, he asks everybody that question. I'd assume that he'd ask his
Numismatics
girlfriend. What do you
donated
rate yourself?
$10 super chat. After hearing this, here's what I'd like to do. The
But I'll have
silver
to go back.
coins I was
I
going to
don't,
give away on her
I
channel
don't watch
I will
whatever a
now
lot, but I'll have to
sponsor
go
one
back
of
and
Grid's
watch
debate
Kel,
night and give away the silver to the winners
her
and the
appearance.
chat.
Yeah. Mr. Boulay, I will trigger that. I'm going to re-trigger that since Flo was talking.
Oh my goodness.
You can't hear it because you're not on YouTube, so it's not your fault. There you go. It should go now.
Mr. Boulay in the Department of Numismatics donated $10 super chat. After hearing this, here's what I'd like to do. The silver coins I was going to give away on her channel I will now sponsor one of Grid's debate night and give away the silver to the winners and the chat.
That's pretty baller. Ain't gonna lie, that's pretty baller. We'll set that up for a couple of weeks, man. Mr. Boulay, I really appreciate that. That's awesome.
Why is Charles Darwin shaming me?
I don't know.
Shame on you, Charles Darwin.
I don't know.
For inventing evolution. Which even as somebody who's not religious, I think is a pretty shitty theory, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's guys, I just being real about this stuff. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not As a matter of fact, I'm leaving a lot of things out, mainly because I'm trying to protect some dudes that just got caught up in her bullshit, and there's just no reason to out them. I would not have said anything about Charles
Allure
Darwin.
of the vagina.
I would not have said anything about Charles Darwin if there wasn't video out there. So, so that's it. So
it's
I got
telling me that's not the real Charles Darwin.
I got you, bro. Yeah, it's not the real Charles Darwin.
Shit,
But
the real one died. When did that happen?
A little while ago. It's been a few weeks. Don't worry about it. You're still up to date. But I mean, again, I don't go to their channel. I don't talk. This is first time I've talked about it in a minute because I don't really need to. But it is where it is. And if Darwin's video wasn't out there on Flow State's channel for all to see, I would not have said anything about. I wouldn't have outed Charles Darwin. Leah, Charles Darwin was quite inebriated, and he and Jess were flirting back and forth, and in the clip that Flo has, she's basically saying, "Well, I never asked for dick pics," implying that that he had sent her dick pics, I guess, or should send her dick pics. And then I don't know what else happened. Flo was there. Flo, can you clarify? I don't want to misspeak.
He did not. I don't think he sent her dick pics. They were. I would call it solidly flirting. I mean, you should just I can't really describe it properly. You should just play the clip.
She was quite. Oh yeah, I can do that. She was quite sober, and he is quite inebriated. He's a drunk Aussie. What he is. Am I right?
I believe so. I don't know him that well, so he might be. He's an Aussie. We can agree on that.
We can safely assume that he was drunk.
Just promise me that you will not ever send me any pictures of your dick or you in your boxes.
Look.
Oh, God.
Look, if I have to go and send you a picture of me in my boxes, it's going to be awesome. I'll have combat boots on. I'll have a fucking combat helmet on. And I'll be looking like flush and ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, so I think he's solidly inebriated there.
That's some bad flirting, and I don't mean to shit on Charles, but like that's some bad shit. And it's not just Charles; she's not doing good either. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, Charles. You were drunk, buddy.
Maybe Australians don't know how to flirt.
Eh,
You want some kangaroo?
I need to work on my game. It's weird when you're drunk.
Only a Mr. Bill. I can't get a Rob raid tonight. Why is that? Is it because Are We Not Men is the mod? Yeah. I forget that he's mod over there, and sometimes I go and poke in, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not hanging out here.
Yeah. Yeah. So at any rate, that's yeah. It's too bad we don't have the whole thing, because apparently it was quite hilarious. Hilarious enough for Flo to not only remember it, but to video it on his phone. So that was weird.
Yeah. Yeah. I was getting ready and I was leaving. I heard it on the computer and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I just skipped back. I got a couple, 3 little clips, but it was a whole blessing. The whole thing was a blessing. I just dropped the ball.
All right.
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away.
I'm going to get out of here. Charles Darwin, please work on your game. Drink a little less. And the rest of you guys, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. And
I don't do that. I don't do that.
Yeah. Please wear glasses.
I keep breaking my glasses. I've always broken glasses really quickly. So
no,
I have an old pair with 1 lens in it still. That if I need to renew my license, I take it with me to the DMV and they let me use that janky piece of shit. But
that's terrible. All right. So anyway, please be cool. Charles Darwin, work on.
Get with me. I'll help you out.
Yeah, work on the game.
Cool. Girls kind of like
drink a little less, and I'll see you guys.
You got to know what to do with it next. When a girl's like, "Here, let me hand you this sex topic. Let's go here." You got to know where you're going to take it then next. You can't just like flail around in your combat boots.
Yeah. Don't worry about the combat helmet. So at any rate, guys, as always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. Go over to Flo's and hang out and talk shit over there. And all you guys are cool
sexy
in my
stuff
book.
tonight.
So have a great rest of your night. We'll see you later. See you Wednesday.